Good morning again. Man, another great introduction just failed. You guys won't know how great of an introduction that was. Thank you guys for letting me know that I'm muted. I'm glad that you guys are paying attention because I would hate to repeat this story again. All right, so good morning, everybody. Pedro Nunez. Oh my goodness. Welcome back, Pedro. Behave. Be good today. I didn't get my hair on a pony today, but it's all good. It's all good. All right, so I want to start off by it's okay. Thank you, Indian boy. I want to start off by saying, I'm very grateful to God for everything that's going on. Venezuela has been receiving some good news. And we're going to go ahead and touch up on everything that is going on because China, North Korea and Russia, all these people all over the world, the communists, the bad people, they have been behaving because they know that they can't do certain things. And they are using President Donald Trump's grab of Nicolas Maduro as an excuse, but we'll get there. I want to touch up for everybody that has come in here. If you guys want to know what this show is about, it is about politics. It is about some religion. We need to learn to, sometimes we have to separate religion from politics. Okay? So some people have a really hard time doing that, but I am here to set them straight. Good morning, Robert. It's good to see you, brother. I'm glad you're here when the microphone was not muted. I'm going to tell you, I made this coffee. It's horrible. It's horrible coffee. Cotton Edge, good morning, brother. Oh, David Blackburn, you better behave today. Give me that oil is right. All right, so I want to start off, if you guys are new in my channel, so that you guys don't have to rewind so much on this video. My name is Dennis Herrera, and I started this show because as I've been, for many, many years now, I've always been very political. But I have never, ever made myself public. And so as I was working on my job full time, I started having these things like, you know what, we never say this. How come I don't hear people saying this, saying that? How come people are not critically thinking about what's going on in our state, in our country, with illegal immigration, with legal migration, with laws, with taxes, everything. And every time that I would bring up any issues at my job, every time that I would bring up hey, damn, they just raised the taxes again, and I get all these leftists at work, my higher ups are Democrats. And it's just like, wait, why are you upset about this? Why does that bug you? And it started just getting to me, okay? So with that being said, I decided that I was going to do this show. Just like 5 months ago, I decided to go in 100%. Why? Because it takes a lot of time to do research. It's not just, let me take a look at this clip and see what they're saying. No, it's more than that. I have done a lot of reading. Oh my God, I hate reading. I hate reading. But I've done a lot of reading. Why? Because it intrigues me. It intrigues me to know the truth. I got this hunger for justice, and I want to make sense of things. Okay. With that being said, I came to this country with my mother brought me here when I was a teenager. We came here legally. My mother always taught us that we do not come to this country illegally, because that will bring shame to our country. Now, even though I do have family that came here illegally that are now legal, they too agree with me that we need to control legal immigration in this country. Migrating is great, but illegal migration is a disaster, especially when it's a massive illegal migration. Okay, so you guys know, I was a resident green card holder for 2.5 decades. See, I didn't want to make a decision to become an American citizen because, like many other people out there, I'm not impressed with benefits. I'm not impressed with SNAP. I'm not impressed with the big buildings. I'm not impressed with the city life. I'm more of a tropical guy in the first place. But I do like freedom, and I have enjoyed freedom in this country. And even though schooling is failing us, they're basically just passing retards through. And in our country, it's you can tell the people in office right now. You can tell these people got no brains. Like, I don't understand where they go. But I decided that I wanted to make a difference. And one of them was, I want to be able to speak the truth to all the people. And so I decided to go ahead temporarily, quit my job, get into this full time. And then just a few minutes into it, we started to realize that if we wanted to make some change, for me specifically in this state, the only way that we can make a change is if we start filling in the offices in government. And my mother always told me since I was a child, if you want to make a difference in your country, if you don't serve in the military, the least that you can do is be a police officer or get into politics and make a difference. So, as a migrant, Hispanic, who has followed the law, who has respected the law, as a migrant that loves the United States of America, as a migrant that loves the people and the culture of the United States of America. I don't care if people say Americans have no culture. Shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. The American culture is a combination of different ethnicities and cultures throughout the world. The United States of America has the best culture there ever is. Now, with that being said, I have made a commitment, and on May, when it's going to be an opening enrollment, I am going to put my name on the governor's ballot for Washington State. I don't care if people think, oh, who are you? You're nobody. It doesn't matter. Anybody that is an American citizen can go in and apply for this job. You got to love this country. You got to love the people. You got to be able to relate to everybody. There is no room for prejudice. There is no room for racism. And there is no room for neglecting the American people. There is no room, and I am going to go against everything Mondani stands for. Everything. I am not a socialist, definitely not a communist, and I am definitely, most definitely not a Marxist. So I will run as a conservative, and it doesn't matter what anybody says. As an American citizen, I can run. The only position that I cannot run for is for President of the United States of America. With that being said, I will assure everybody, I don't care what country you come from, if you hate the United States of America, you will be on my radar. If you are in this country illegally, you will be on my radar. If I ever sniff that there is an ounce of fraud going on in my state, you will definitely, most definitely, be on my radar. And most importantly, the issues that are affecting our state's economy will be addressed. Big corporations will be welcome in Washington State again. And I know it's only January. I haven't got my name officially on the ballot. But if God does not allow me to put my name on that ballot, I want anybody that is listening, and I encourage you, this is the attitude that you need to bring if you want to run for office. You cannot run in there with full 100% religious beliefs. You cannot go in there 100% just being a politician. You got to be a down-to-earth human being. And most importantly, a patriot. I know that word patriot doesn't mean anything to a lot of people. But for me, it means taking care of the people in the land where I have been given a privilege of being a part of. With that being said, there is other points that we're going to be addressing. First of all, the biggest task, and this is on different categories. The biggest task when it comes to the economy with taxes and jobs, the biggest thing that we're going to tackle is going to be budgets. The budget has been overblown. I'm not going to disclose a lot of the things that I'm thinking about doing with budget, but there will be a lot of changes. I guarantee it. Homelessness. There's going to be a lot of changes with homelessness. There's going to be some priorities changed around here. We will not be a sanctuary state, nor a city for any illegal immigrant, specifically criminals that come over here to steal, rob, and destroy. That is demonic, and we are not going to allow that. We are going to be putting measures in place. We're going to get lots of more police. National Guard will be at a call's notice. They will be pending. There will be no crime that will go unpunished. No one, and especially no one is above the law. You can audit. You can do whatever you want with my campaign once we get started. But I'm going to tell you something. If I sniff anybody, just anything sort of fraud, you're fired and you will be going to jail. We are not going to put up with crap. We are going zero tolerance on crime. If you don't want to go to jail, don't commit the crime. If you don't want to be deported, don't come into my state illegally. Very simple. I will have sit-downs with businesses. I will hear the migrants that are undocumented, that are illegal in this country. I will hear them, and I'm going to see what we can do about it. You guys already know we want to do immigration reform, number one. Now, that's something that Congress has to get their hands dirty on, and that's something that we're going to push, and we're going to go for that. But there's a lot of other things that we're going to address, okay? So you guys have heard me say this before. I wanted to start off with that statement. I think the governor, Bob Ferguson, the current governor here in Washington State, should be recalled. This guy, right now we have some disasters, so he's a little bit busy. But we have, in this state, gone from a great state to being almost the laughingstock of the United States. Let me tell you something. Businesses are leaving. I don't care if you think that the rich people are taking advantage of you. If you think that, you are one lazy son of a gun. If you think billionaires are taking your money, you're a lazy son of a gun. Let me tell you who is the fools. The ones that complain about the rich making money, the lazy. Why don't you go be rich? Why don't you go and make investments? Why don't you go and fight for the law to be preserved and to be enforced? Why don't you invest? Why don't you risk? You know why? Because all you lazy libtards out there, you have the mentality of, if I never try, I never fail. You know what the difference between the rich people and your broke ass is? That they are not afraid to take a chance. They are not afraid to spend 60 to 70 hours weekly investing and working their butts off. You complain about working 10 hours overtime in a week. You're getting more money. You don't complain about that extra pay. You can make a corporation with 200 employees, not even 10 employees. If you're a business owner and you have 10 employees, hats off to you. I know that you know what I'm talking about. So before you start throwing stuff out, don't worry. Q&A, questions and answers today. I will allow you to call in. If you think that your problem in this country is the rich people, I want to ask you something. Where do you think socialists get the money from? Socialists don't work. They don't make money. Only those people that are incentivized to be rewarded for working hard work. Most of the socialists are just leeches, sucking on the government's tit and taking all the taxpayers' money. You're going to come in here and talk about we hate Somalis? No, I hate people that commit fraud, that are stealing our money, because now I have people on the left and the right, Americans, fighting each other because we don't have money to give more health care to Americans. We got Americans left and right fighting because of affordability. And you sons of bitches over there committing fraud, how can I give you any love? I don't care if you're Somali. Anybody committing fraud needs to be investigated, put in jail, and don't come back again. So if the left, the one thing that I noticed from a lot of people on the left, you guys love to defend criminals. Why don't you fight that hard to defend the innocent? Why don't you fight that hard to protect your country? I don't understand. You bitch and complain about President Donald Trump. Oh, he's a king. He's a dictator. Oh, he's a tyrant. Oh, he's a tyrant. You guys complain about all of this stuff. And you don't see the American people over here starving. You don't see the American people here fleeing from this country. 8 million plus Venezuelans left their country because of a dictator, tyrannical governor. That snake that we just captured, let's be clear, Biden put a reward on his head and didn't do jack squat to arrest him. I'm going to get deep into this one today. Didn't do anything to arrest him. President Donald Trump says, hey, what? What did he say? He said, come and get me, coward. You know what? I've been very lenient. I've been taking out your boats with drugs as a warning. You don't listen, I hit your fort. The port. Hit the port. You still don't listen, I'm coming for you. You won't even see me coming. The guy says, come and get me, you coward. Come and get me, you coward. This is the words of the Marxist communist. This is why the leftists, when they come in here, the first thing they say is coward. What about those people that are protesting ICE agents all the time? What is their favorite word? Cowards. Shame. Cowards. Shame. You think we don't pay attention? We know the Marxist book. We know what you're supposed to say. But we also know what not to pay attention to and what not to accept. And guess what? We're not going to accept any Marxist communists in our country. These socialists that are over here in Washington State, they better start learning how to dance, because there's going to be a new beat where we get in office. We are going to hold everybody accountable for what they have been doing and what they are doing right now to destroy our country. Oh my gosh, I got to find this clip. I'm gonna find this clip. You cannot make this up. Let me see if I can find my. I hope that I shared it on my feed here. Let me see if I found it. Come on, tell me I did. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna find it, because this is the stupidity of the people that we have in office. Let me see, Brandy. Where are you, Brandy? Let me see if I can still find her on her feed here. I want you to listen to this. I think this is the clip. Let me. I don't have an assistant, so I got to find things myself. Okay. I want you to listen to this guy. Let's see. I asked Washington State Representative Sean Scott, a member of the House of Democrats, if he could give me an example of socialism working. Here we go. I want you to pay attention, please.
I want you to give me.
Now, really pay attention. And listen to this. Oh, shoot, that's not it. And listen to this. I'm going to make this smaller so I can fit it in there. And if you haven't subscribed, I recommend Brandy Cruz. I recently met her in person. She's a great lady. She really is fighting for the girls that are being abused by boys in girls' sports. And she used to have TDS before. And because of all the back crazy things that we have seen from our government, she has changed her tune. I want you to listen to this. But before I do that, my man, welcome, my friend. Welcome, Tyler. How are you? Brian, I see you, brother. Hey, everybody that I haven't say hello, welcome, everybody, to the Dennis Herrera Show. I appreciate you being in here, especially you, Goopiner, always giving me these compliments. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the support that you guys give me. I appreciate you. Let me see if I can put my little subscribe thing on here. There we go. All right. So listen to Brandy Cruz. This is what happens when you take the red pill and are cured from TDS. You actually start doing some real journalism. Pay attention.
One example of socialism you think working well somewhere.
A good example of socialism working well somewhere, this is a really, really cool question. I think of Cuba in particular, very, very high literacy rate, number one. Number two, extremely strong commitment to public health, so much so that when there are other ailments that are happening throughout the hemisphere, there's oftentimes Cuban doctors that you will see on the front lines of public health administration, their commitment to education. And we look at the fact that we make some of our largest expenditures in healthcare, which is run a lot of ways along a privatized model in this country, and we don't get the outcomes that this small country has been getting for decades. So that's one example that I can think of that would resonate with pretty much anybody in our state who cares about education or health.
I can tell Brandy right now, she already knew what he was going to say. And I can tell you, she is frustrated as I am, and many of the Washingtonians that live here that listen to this crap. I just gave you an example of Venezuela. Watch the answer from Brandy. He says Cuba, the best example, the best place. Okay.
Healthcare. Would you disagree with that?
People flee on makeshift rafts and die in the ocean to flee Cuba for the United States.
Yeah, and I think that is something that absolutely we have to be sensitive to, but you asked me about institutions that are working really, really well.
I asked you about places socialism is working, and you chose a country that people will risk their lives to flee from to this country. There's a reason for that, Sean.
There was a revolution in Cuba. That is correct.
They still do it to this day.
Right.
They show up on the beaches of Miami.
Right.
Because they would rather be here and would risk their lives in shark-infested water to flee the country that you just gave me an example.
Listen to the answer. I want you to pay attention. Shark-infested waters, risking their lives. Just remember that and listen to his response.
Example of.
And if the situation were reversed, the injuries and the ailments that they sustain as a result of migrating to a place where they believe that they're going to be better off, I believe that they could be treated in a much better way than.
So, as long as you can be treated much better than in the United States of America's healthcare, imagine the answer. The answer is not make the country better so that they don't have to go and flee the country. If they get hurt by sharks and life-threatening things, they can get better healthcare from Cuba. This is the Democrats in office. This is why a lot of Democrats are jumping ship. Democrats are coming together not because they're Republicans, not because they're switching. Some of them are, but not because they're switching, but because they know that these crazy lunatics need to be taken out. And the way that we do that is by showing up. I'm starting to leave messages on social media. I am letting them know I am running. I'm thinking about running, and I just got to put in, I think it's $2,200 is the fee that I got to pay. You got to pay 10% of the salary, okay? Which, by the way, it's crazy that the Attorney General makes more money than the governor. I don't know how that works, but whatever it is. And so I'm starting to drop my name out there because people need to know that not everybody's quitting Washington. Not everybody is giving up. Not everybody is going to be just sitting around doing nothing and just continue to let this happen. I am going to tell you something. And now you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to say anything about me. But I'm going to tell you something. If I run and the Washington state still decides that they are going to vote with the same mentality, I wash my hands and I'm moving out. I got a better life to live. I have a beautiful life that I can have right now. But instead, here we are, trying to speak the truth to the people, trying to help out the people that want change. See, the last person that ran against Bob Ferguson, I was excited. I was like, oh, boy, this is a good man. This is a retired sheriff. This man, is a man of law, and he's going to know how to bring it. And he choked on a debate. He got intimidated by a lawyer. Let me tell you what a lawyer does. A lawyer knows how to lie. But a citizen, a patriot of this country that cares for the people doesn't lie and runs on the truth. Will we make mistakes? Probably. Most likely. We are humans. But I can tell you something right now. I am nobody's biatch. I am not a coward. And anybody that wants to debate me on the things that I know that are important for my people, let's go. And you know what? And there's going to be people that will not agree with me. I don't care. It happens. I can't please all the people all the time. But guess what? You can't fool all the people all the time either. Damn if I do, damn if I don't. Well, guess what? I am going to do as much as I can for Washington State. And if we can make a difference here in Washington State, Oregon has hope. You know why? Because if we make Washington great again, guess who else benefits from Washington being great? And people don't think about it like this. But Oregon gets benefited so much from Washington State. They're like the little baby brother that we have. They got energy because of us. Oregon it's every libtard's paradise because they can do whatever the hell they want in there. Here in Seattle, they're trying to do that. They're trying that. Hey, kid, they're trying to do that, but we're not going to do that. We're going to fight with the truth. We're going to support President Donald Trump 100%. I know he's not going to be in office when we actually get in there. Who knows? Maybe something happens. We're definitely taking our guns back. And you don't have to buy no stupid insurance for owning guns. What the hell is that? What are you talking about? The more guns we have, the more insurance we need to. No, we're not making no damn scheme for insurance companies. That's not how it works. Your Second Amendment is your right on. No. Nobody's touching your Second Amendment. And I'm going to veto a bunch of crap. There's going to be a lot of vetoing. There's going to be a lot of executive orders. I can tell you that right now. I have been learning everything the governor can do and cannot do. I'm not a lawyer. I don't need to be a lawyer. But I can tell you that when I am interested in something, I learn about it and I get very good with it. I can tell you that right now. Besides, I am going to be looking for a great team of honest people. The biggest test, do you care about the people? Do you care about the truth? Do you swear to uphold the truth, the law, and to say the truth all the time? And to be honest, don't lie to me. If something doesn't look good, let me know. You got to tell me. Zero tolerance in crime, period. There's going to be no favoritism between LGBTQ or the Christians. But there will be respect. And if anybody violates the law, they will be punished. I guarantee that. I guarantee that. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and open the phone so that you guys can call in. But I want you to go ahead and finish listening to this. Listen to this. This is on the right. This is this is how we think. The guy on the left, the guy is a retard. The guy is a fraud. I heard him, and let me tell you why I think he's a fraud. Because I heard him on one of his speeches when he had a bunch of people that were not working. They used to work in certain fields. And when she came out there and asked them questions, he said, oh, no. You ask me the question. Don't ask them. No. They were talking. They get to answer questions. You know who does that? People trying to hide the truth. They're hiding something. Remember when Doge went out there to audit USAID? Oh, my God. Who jumped? Who jumped? Every single Democrat politician. Every single one, especially Maxine Waters, which, by the way, has a great relationship with Cuba. She visits Cuba so much. She's not American. That's how much she visits Cuba. That's how much she supports Fidel over there and his legacy. That, my friend, is crazy. What you say? Sorry, my younger generation alpha brother took my phone. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I want the next generation to learn respecting the law is how we keep order. Don't break the law. If you go to the store, even if it's just one little candy, don't take that. Because that becomes a little bit, and then it becomes more and more and more, and then before you know it, you are a big-time criminal, and you're not going to be getting out of jail. Right now, criminals get out of jail for free. That's going to stop big time. That's going to stop big time. So I hope that the next president that takes over office actually runs exactly as President Donald Trump has run, because I want to partner up with that president. You know why? Because I've seen everything that Trump did on his first term as president, and Democrats were against him 100%. All Democrats, 100%. And he still got a lot of stuff done. He still was able to make billions of dollars coming into our country. You say, well, where's all that money? Well, I'm glad you asked. Why don't you ask the Democrats? Why is their budgets so billions in negative? Ask the Democrats. Why is their budgets so negative, so deficit from what they're supposed to be? Ask them that. Stop blaming Trump. Ask them, why do we have so many taxes put into our people and our budget is still destroyed? That, my friends, is what you got to ask yourself. Don't go out there just listening to CNN. They twist the news. Look what they said about Nick Shirley. MAGA YouTuber. What? A person that has common sense is considered MAGA? Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. It does make sense. Let me go ahead and finish playing this.
American healthcare facilities are currently able to treat people. So that's one example that I can think of socialism working very well in public health and in education.
All right. I hate to end on that because that is just a horrible example of socialism working because it doesn't work.
Healthcare and education?
This is a government that has killed people. It's a government people have fled from. Vietnam, I just had a woman on the show whose father spent 7 years in a re-education camp in Vietnam.
Right. I think in macro terms, a lot of economic systems are going to have faults and problems, but I look at the fact that socialist countries, communist countries in specific, there seems to be more of a floor that is placed in a collective commitment to making sure that if you slide, you're not going to slide all the way out of the ability to make a way for yourself at all.
Do you think America is a great country?
I think that I believe that there are aspects of greatness in the United States, in our people, and in the devotion that we have shown to our institutions and the movements that have made us a more great country than where we started.
Is there anywhere that you would risk your life to flee to from the United States?
Oh, I was born in the United States. I live here. My life is here. I'm proud to represent the 43rd Legislative District. So I'm not, if this is...
The answer is two. Number one, yes, is the greatest country on the earth. And the second is because he knows that only in this country he can have the life that he wants. Bullcrap, I was born in this country, blah, blah, blah. You know what? You're ruining this country. You're ruining this country.
Asking me if I'm running for re-election or not, I don't know what that question was about. But
I'm asking if our country is so bad that you...
I hope he don't run for re-election. This tart needs to go, period. Somebody, please. Stand with me. Replace this guy, will ya? This guy is it's not that he's just a novice. It's not just that he doesn't know anything about anything. Of course, you're going to get experience as you get into the job. I'm going to give you one example of how you run a business. A successful business, I think, has three components. Three key components. Now, this is just me. One of them, you take care of the employees. You make them happy. Pay them a fair wage, a livable wage. Number two, the employee needs to work their ass off for the employer. They got to be thankful. They got to be faithful. And they got to work hard. And number three, anybody, the boss, the manager, and the employees got to look out for two things. One of them, it's customer satisfaction. And number two, company assets, the value, making sure that the company is making money while being fair with the customer. Guess what that translates to in the government? I need to have a budget in the government. Now, in order for me to help people get jobs, I got to be able to get corporations to come in, and I have to make them feel appreciated. I got to make them feel special that they are here providing jobs for Washingtonians. But the reason why the government doesn't do that is because all they can think is we have enough billionaires in this state so that we can pay for everybody's wants. Look at this retard. He picks Cuba is one of the best countries where socialism works, he says. He's talking about education. Their education in Cuba is communism. They just received millions of dollars worth of literature to indoctrinate Cuban children into communism. Why doesn't Claudia Sheinbaum from Mexico include that money for her own kids in Mexico? Because that's the way the communists work. Yes, I know. Mexico is next. We got Nicolas Maduro. Mexico's next.
You would flee to risk your life to flee from it.
No, I believe in staying and fighting. I believe in staying and fighting to make what you inherited better than how it was when you got it.
And instead of making it better, he's making it worse. What a great job, you moron. These guys, I am very disappointed, honestly. I really thought maybe they will change. Maybe they'll bring something better to the table. All right. Let me go ahead and put, somebody text here. What's going on? I just got some, interesting. My Catracho brother, my Honduran brother from another mother, says, let's see. I just got some information. Wall Street and Maduro had done a deal. The next part of the deal might be Mexico. He had signed a contract with few oil companies a few weeks ago. Well, here you go. Mexico is next, it says. We'll see. I don't know what that means entirely. But I am going to go ahead and... here we go. Update. Just wanted to let you know that I will be getting my boxes to ship you guys your free Dennis Herrera mug. It's a sign of thank you for your support. So I get my boxes in a few minutes, it looks like, because I am tracking it. And maybe by later today or tomorrow, I'll be able to ship those mugs to you guys. And thank you for your support and your love. We will have another batch of mugs going in. But those you have to pay for because they're going to be a lot more expensive, okay? And so anything you do for me, I appreciate. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and put the number down, and I'm gonna go ahead and take some calls. Hey, Burning 47, welcome, my friend. Time is on my side. Yes, he is. How you doing, brother? Good to see you here, my veteran patriot. Man, love to have you guys in here, man. Appreciate your support. We're going to go ahead and open up the lines. And if you call me, I'll allow you to go ahead and ask me questions, but you better be ready to answer mine because I will answer you. I will ask you questions as well. All right, we're going to go ahead and put that on there. Yeah. All right, and that comment is pinned. Now, I didn't want to text Trinity because she's been under the weather, and I don't want to bother her. I want to make sure she gets her rest. All right. So go ahead and call me in and stay on subject. We are talking about two things. One of them is Venezuela and Maduro. And if you are interested on Washington State, well, it doesn't even have to be Washington State. But if you want to talk about affordability, let's go. You don't have to be an expert in economics and real estate or anything like that to talk about it, guys. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hello, this is Braden. So you guys are still in support of Trump?
Absolutely, man, 100%. Even more now.
So we're against the elite having, like a pedophile cabal, but when it's Trump, it's okay.
Now, why do you guys always say that?
Because I didn't like Biden because he's smelling kids and the weird stuff about his daughter, right?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm a morally consistent person, so when I see that stuff and I say I don't like that stuff about Biden, when I see clear, reputable evidence of Trump's ties with Epstein and his rape of 13-year-old girls, I go, I don't like that either.
What evidence do you have of that rape?
Well, there's the civil case that was held up twice in court after the found guilty verdict.
What's her name?
Of E. Jean Carroll. Okay. And then there's the Epstein files, which they tried to redact. But then when you go through the redactions, when people have gone through and edited because the software was cut from the FBI or the Department of Justice by Doge, so they didn't have the proper software to properly redact the files. When people have gone through with these improper redactions, we see a clear file. I'll pull up the thing on my phone. It's a lot of information. A clear file that says that Trump raped a 13-year-old and dumped the baby's body of the raped 13-year-old in Lake Michigan. And I'm a Michigander. So the fact that any elite person could do this type of stuff and it's just totally ignored by people is crazy. I mean, my home state raping children.
Okay, hearsay doesn't mean anything.
It's not hearsay though. These are
no.
Department of Justice files.
But then he would be in jail if that is true.
He would be in jail. So do you think that every criminal is charged with all of their crimes, even the elites? Elites don't get away with anything.
Well, I am against that. I don't believe it, and I'm against it. Period. And until we have an actual no, because the subject is not that. But the only reason why I allow you to ask that question is because everybody on the left is always bringing on the same BS. Let the courts deal with it until we get it through. Right now, stop making accusations because that's just, is making us look ignorant. So you
looked at the files.
I'm not going to be looking through any files. I'll let the judges decide all that stuff.
That's so crazy. You're supporting a man daily. And
what did I just said? We're going to call me and ask me questions about Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, or the affordability issue that we have. What does Epstein files has to do with this? I already told you.
Okay.
There's nothing conviction. Forget about that talk. Ask me a question about something else.
Oh, okay. So I actually can connect it to that, if you'd like me to.
No, ask me a question, I said.
Okay.
What's the question you have?
How do you justify them invading Venezuela for natural resources as if it will benefit Americans when America is already the richest country in the world and we have comparable poverty rates for children to Venezuela?
That's a good question. So if you really believe that, then you will be supporting President Donald Trump hitting those boats full of drugs. Now, when I made my opening statement today, I made this clear. First of all, President Donald Trump can just destroy this whole regime in Venezuela, but innocent people will die if that happens. So I want you to pay attention to something. Number one, we're hitting boats that are getting drugs. Our war is against drugs. We didn't go over there.
So drug dealers deserve to die, just to be clear.
When they don't listen, we have been trialing them, when we have been doing all these things and it doesn't work, the warning is very clear. If you try this, you're going to be killed. Period.
What do you think about the...
So guess what? So they tried it and they got taken out. Not just that, but then...
What do you think about the drug lord that Trump pardoned who smuggled in, I think it was over 400 million tons
my president?
Cocaine?
That's my president. And that's a lie.
That's a lie? That's so funny, dog.
Okay, look, listen, please. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
He was convicted of it.
Listen, you don't know shit about that file. Okay, I know. So funny, I know about that deal.
So now we're looking at files. Now we're not going to trust.
No. So listen, look.
We were going to trust the courts with Trump's. That's so funny. See, that's you.
Okay, do me a favor. Can you just let me finish what I have to say, please? Otherwise, I'm going to hang up on you.
Go ahead.
Okay, look. Since you brought that up, number one, you don't know shit about what happens in Honduras, where I come from. Okay.
Right.
Number one, this guy that you think is a drug lord was the only guy that was fighting against Maduro's drugs coming into Honduras. The communist Xiomara, the president that just finished her term, set him up to be the fall guy. And guess who is in bed with Nicolas Maduro? Her, not the guy that you think is a drug lord. So before you start talking shit about other people that you have no idea about, let me just go ahead and answer what President Donald Trump is doing with Venezuela. And the biggest example that I'm going to tell you is this. Just like I just played the clip from Brandy Cruz. See, all the Democrats will lie to you and tell you all this stuff. What is one country where socialism works? He picks Cuba, blah, 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 great healthcare, great education. That is incorrect. This is why people are leaving Cuba, right? Because it's wonderful. No. Over 8 million Venezuelans have left Venezuela, not because Nicolas Maduro is doing a great thing, but because he's a tyrant, he's a dictator, and he's not the official president. This guy has been destroying not only Venezuela, but Honduras. Mexico is in bed with him. Salvador cleaned up their shit, so they're good. And then the United States Democrats are in bed with them as well. So before you go and judge all this, okay? We are not going to say that Maduro is guilty because I am making this up. I didn't look into some files to see what he's being accused of. I'm looking at files of what they actually declare him to be. And when they show the proof on this, is when I go ahead and say something. So I'm not going to pretend. No, this is the difference between you people and me. You are already calling him a convicted person, President Trump. There is nothing in convictions, okay? All that is a farce. And then you say, look at the Epstein files. There is nothing on the Epstein files yet. Let them go through all those documents. And number one, the one thing that pisses me off about people on the left and people like you that have these theories is that this shit happened a decade ago, over a decade ago. All these documents were looked at already. Don't you think they would have gone after all these people? You think it's a coincidence that Democrats are pushing Epstein files? Bro, they're lying to you. You are so deep into this theory.
Hey, hold on. Stop. Can I say my piece?
You got 1 minute.
Okay. One, I'm not a Democrat. Democrats are not leftists. Okay. Democrats hold up the status quo that is capitalist imperialism, okay? Democrats are in bed with the same billionaires that Trump is in bed with and the right is in bed with. They all are protecting the billionaire elite pedophile class. And if you actually look at the Epstein files, instead of saying, I don't want to look at it, let the courts decide, the courts are also in bed with these systems. So I wouldn't rely on their testimony. I decided to get that out there because I'm not with the Democrats. I'm a leftist. And
it's a Democrat mind.
The Democrats are not leftists. If you think that,
it's the same mentality, my friend. Call yourself what you want. It's the same mentality.
It's totally different. You are continuing to support a pedophile because you refuse to look
He's
at the
not a pedophile.
He raped E. Jean Carroll. That case
no, he didn't rape it. It was thrown out.
It wasn't. It's civilly held up twice. You support a rapist.
It was thrown out. So, guys, don't make accusations like you're the judge and jury. Come on. Stop doing that shit. That doesn't go anywhere. These guys are just coming in here spilling theories that they have heard from somebody else. It doesn't surprise me that he thinks that way. He said, I'm not a Democrat. Bullcrap. Your leftist mind, that is the Democrats. Whether you want to call yourself superhero Superman, it's up to you. But listen, I will not be able to go and give you a whole history of everything that I know. So stay on topic and ask a specific question. Thank you for calling. Who's calling?
Pardon?
You're calling? What's your name?
Bob.
Bob? What's up, Bobby?
Yeah. Nothing. I was just wondering, so you're on YouTube Live right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you think? I know this isn't really related. I'm a Republican, but what do you think on America and Canada merging?
Stay on topic. But I'll give you my answer. I think that there is a huge advantage that we can take by having certain provinces of Canada, because the people in Canada and the specific provinces, especially like Alberta, and Vancouver, they actually have a lot of great people, okay? And I think that it will be very beneficial, but it's not something that we really want to push for. We can talk about it, but it's not something that we want to push. I think that the United States, government should be open if Canadians want to say, hey, we want to be part of the United States of America. I think that it will just strengthen that part of Canada, and it will make America even a stronger country. Because we will have better border security. That's one of them. And then also we will be acquiring more natural resources like oil, rare earth minerals, and we have the machinery. We have the system to purify that dirty oil from Canada. So yeah, I think it'd be great, but it's not something that I'm holding my breath for. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, no problem. Have a
Take
good
care.
day.
You too. Take care. All right, whoever else was calling, go ahead and call. I know he's a kid, but hey, if he's asking some good questions, why not? Stay on topic. SoCal, you want to call him about Maduro? Now, before you call, pay attention. Do not bring the president of Honduras into this, because if you don't know why I say he was set up, that is irrelevant. All right, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Oh, it's Aspen. What's up, Dennis?
Aspen, what's popping?
Oh, nothing much, man. I was gonna say though, like, you might want to do something about all these people that have a problem with pedophilia calling in.
All right, man. Listen. It's okay if they think that he's a pedophile. That's fine. But
Yeah, I mean, like, rich people have been doing that for forever, so it's no surprise.
yeah.
We've all been okay with it for decades, you know.
Well, I'm against pornography, and nobody has a problem with that. I find this interesting. Okay, on the left side, right? They get mad at us and they say that we're being racist when we talk about, we don't want Muslims in here. The religion itself, not the people, because there's a lot of good people in there, right? It just, there's good people and bad people, all sorts of things, and politics and religion and cultures, countries, ethnicities, etc. But I think that you have to be able to recognize when something is rotten. And unfortunately, for an example, okay, just because you meant pedophile, all these leftist people, even though they say that they're not Democrat, they're Democrat. They talk about this pedophilia as if nothing, right? But they defend the Muslims. And the Muslims' most holy prophet is a pedophile. Married a 6-year-old daughter who had sex with her at 9 years old, was a murderer. No witnesses that God even put him in off, as a prophet. Didn't call him. And then the Islam was created by a government 600 years after Christianity. That's why a lot of the scriptures not to go too deep, okay, just to give you a quick resume. A lot of the scriptures in the Quran actually match the Bible and then, the Torah, because they're all sons of Abraham. I get that. But Islam was created to control. Oh, man. The Talmud, the religion part of it, I do not accept. So
Dude, if we're gonna bash the Muslims for being pedophiles, let's bash the Jews for it. It literally says that it's okay to have sex with a child ages 3 to 9.
Yeah,
so
same thing.
That's foul.
Let's go ahead and
let's supporting that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay, but the difference here, the difference here is this:
Abrahamic religions are pretty fucked up.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But the reason why I support Israel is this. Okay, I am not going to be able to cure the world. I'm not Jesus Christ. But what I will say is this. The big difference and the reason why I support Israel, okay, and not the Muslim countries, even though I like Qatar, I like the Saudi prince. I know what they do. I don't agree with what they do, but I think that there's some things that they do good, and I will accept those and get rid of the bad, right? Like I said, I can accept Muslims in this country, but they have to assimilate.
It just seems selective, though.
I know it sounds like it, but it's not.
Until Aisha was like 9 to sleep with her, but then the Jews say you can't fuck a kid over 9 because then it's too.
I haven't read that into the
which
Talmud.
One's more foul, man?
Well, the one that says death to America.
Nah, I'd say the one that says let's fuck 3 to 9-year-olds.
Okay, well, that is your opinion. Try not to use the F word because you're going to demonetize my channel, please.
It's my opinion. It came out of my
I
mouth.
know,
Sorry,
but don't. Yeah, try not to use the F word. Okay, so the difference is this, that, what you're seeing in our country is what? You got Muslims swearing an oath to the United States of America under the Quran, which is a false religion. This country was brought in under Christianity and Judaism, right? Whether
How's it a false religion, though?
Well, that's not that the Muslims didn't build this country. The Muslims did not.
Say, like, when a Jew calls himself a Semite, right? Have you gone down the history of all those tribes and how practically none of them are actually Jews, and it's just kind of fake and made up now too? Or
well, what I want is people to respect our laws and assimilate to our culture. Muslims don't want that. You know that, right? They go on the streets with the Hamas support. Nobody cares about that. Come on. So there's a big difference, okay? But we're not going to get into that. Do you have a question about Nicolas Maduro or affordability?
Yeah. Do you think like we'll install a pro-Israel leader there?
That's
like one of my biggest priorities with this. I'm just really scared that they won't.
You mean down in Venezuela?
The last dude had a problem with them.
What do you mean, in Venezuela or what?
Yeah.
No, I
I
think.
need to know how Israel will benefit from this.
Well, I know that we're going to benefit from it. We're trying to make sure that we're benefiting from what's on our side of the hemisphere. I think that
Yeah, but
what's
that
going to
takes like the
happen,
second row seat, big dog.
yeah, it will. But here's the thing: we have proven to the world that we are not bluffing. You f around and you find out. It's that simple. President Trump doesn't play. So we're going to get the oil that we need because we are using our resources. So
I mean, we got it, dude. We ended our
Yeah.
agreement with Saudi Arabia, and the U.S. dollar is
Okay.
going to collapse if we don't go wage some war on somebody else and, like push some fiat currency backed by a petrodollar. So.
Okay, but the point is that no, I don't know who the hell is going to be. I don't know why you thought a Jew was going to be taking over Venezuela.
No,
They already have their leader.
Like a pro-Israel leader, man.
Of course, it will be.
If they're not pro-Israel, we better not put them in.
They will be pro-Israel.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's Maria Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to be the president eventually, but this Delcy lady that's in right now, she is just as bad as Maduro. But we got to take it one step at a time. We're going to let the Venezuelans. Supposedly, this is where I think is going. Okay, I think that what is going is we're going to let her stay in office. We gave Maduro a chance to surrender, to do some deals. He didn't want to, and by the time he wanted to, it's too late. So we went and picked him off the when he was sleeping. You remember the whole viral video that's going on right now, right? Come and get me,
I
coward.
remember when that dude tried to make a cryptocurrency around oil and kind of liberate his country around that. I knew that we had to shut it down. So.
Well, over 70% of the population in Venezuela, dude, have been suffering because of this
Take
guy.
him out like Gaddafi, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, some people think that
like if you're not on the Jew currency, you're out. You got to play the game the rest of the world is.
I don't know about so much as Jews getting all this credit for it. I don't think that they should get that much credit. They are our allies,
For
but I don't
fiat
think
currency?
they should get our credit. They shouldn't get that much credit.
Well, wouldn't Keynesian economics came up with by a pedophile, and that's what we're rocking now?
Stop playing, man. Get real with your talk. Maria Machado should be elected, but it has to be done again, and the people have to choose her. If Delcy doesn't step up and deal with the United States as we want them to, you have to understand something. Right now, they got to bend the knee, otherwise they will be taken out. There's generals with rewards for their heads. We got to get those people too. But right now, they're getting the chance to try to negotiate with us. Behave. You have a second chance. They don't take advantage of that. We're going to take them out as well. And it's that simple. But I believe that Maria Machado should definitely take over the presidency of Venezuela. And the greatest thing is that we're going to have a great ally, one of the richest countries in oil, and that they are grateful to our sacrifice to free their people. We're going to have millions and millions of Venezuelans being great allies of the United States of America, and I think that's a great step forward. Hey, thanks for your question, man. Appreciate you. Have a good one, bud. All right. Anybody else have a question, guys? If you guys are here for the first time, okay, I understand if you don't understand where I am in my points of view, but try to be respectful. Don't drop the F-bomb. Otherwise it's like at least drop a super chat on there, okay? Because this is what I do for a living, okay? So I expect my chats and my audio to be clean, and if you guys are dropping those things in there, come on, be respectful, okay? All right, let me see if anybody else. What do you got in here? Things is going to. I don't think. I know. Yeah, I don't think. I know. You know what I like about people that are negative? They always put you down. You know what I heard? I remember this story when I was in high school. I've been playing goalkeeper since I was 5 years old, and I have always been taught to be tough. And we used to play on dirt, and my thighs will get scraped with the rocks, but I always used to dive. I was die hard for the ball. When I was in high school, I was very good. I had a bunch of shutouts in the game, and the coach sets me on the bench and puts me in to play out as a forward. Why? Because I was a very good striker. And I told the coach, I was like, hey, listen, I'm a goalkeeper. And I need to, if I don't play goalkeeper, this team, this is Oak Harbor here in Washington, they're going to crucify us on the soccer field. And the coach says, nope, you're going to play goalkeeper on the second half. I said, for what? By the second half, we will have lost. And guess what? Yes, by the time the second half started, we were already losing 10-0. They put this guy that I don't even know how the hell he made the team as a goalkeeper, the crappiest goalkeeper I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, and I remember that when we went in there, when we went into Oak Harbor, I heard the stand from Oak Harbor high schoolers yelling at us, booing us. Some of them were even throwing paper cups at us. And they were booing us. And I told the coach, I sat on the bench, and the coach, he says, Herrera, get in here. Go play goalkeeper. And I said, no, what for? I don't want to play. Why would I play goalkeeper? Now I'm upset. I said, why would I play goalkeeper for? There's nothing for me to defend. There's nothing for me to help this team with. And then I said, you know what? I said, I didn't bring my uniform. He said, what? The coach was pissed. And I'm going to tell you why he was pissed. Because when he saw me play goalkeeper, he says, you're my starting goalkeeper. And he says, go to Soccer West over there in Linwood and go ahead and pick your outfit. Man, I went over there. I picked up my shorts. I picked up my pants. I picked up my pads, my long sleeve shirt, you know, the shirt with the pads and the gloves. And man, I was looking fly. It was almost $500 worth of stuff. And he didn't say anything that I spent that money. I kid you not. So I did feel bad. But I was pissed off because I want my team to win. And so even though we were already losing 10-0, there's no reason to fight. But I remember those mofos booing us and yelling at us, cussing us out, telling us we suck. Well, they were not wrong, but not me. I'm the goalkeeper, mofos, and I'm here to let me show you what's popping. I'm going to tell you something. I put that jersey on, that goalkeeper shirt on, got my gloves on, and the first thing that happens when the second half starts, my defense is nowhere to be found, and it didn't matter how many times I yelled for them to get back. I had a 3-on-1 situation. They did some strike. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to lie to you. Those freaking Oak Harbor kids back then, in the 90s, early 90s, they knew how to strike the ball. Oh, but that just got my adrenaline glowing even more. And I remember the first strike, everybody was cheering for Oak Harbor in their stadium. And the first strike that they did, I took a dive from one end of the pole, took 2-step and dove all the way to the other side of the pole and grabbed that ball in the air. Silence for like 5 seconds after a big whoa. And the second strike and the third strike. And then 4 people in the front, my defense. What the hell happened? Where are you guys? I'm calling you. I'm placing you. I'm telling you, you got to be here. You got to be here. You got to be here. And here I am fighting by myself. 5 shots, one of them scores. And they keep taking the shots, and they keep taking the shots, and they keep taking the shots. Number 1 goalkeeper in the state of Washington for 3 years in a row with a losing team. How does that happen? Well, let me tell you what happened. While everybody was hating on me and my team, while everybody was cussing us out, telling us that we sucked and this and that, you know what they were chanting in the middle of the second half? Keeper, keeper. That's right. They were chanting for me. I don't say this to boast on myself. I love playing goalkeeper in soccer. I was a flying squirrel playing soccer. And if I didn't mess up my hip, I would have been playing for the Seattle Sounders. I kid you not. The agents were already there, and they told me that they can't take me because of my hip is a liability now. I'm damaged goods pretty much. But I was so excited. And it's a life lesson for me. Because right now, people come on here and they cuss me out. They talk bad about me. They trash me. I'm going to put my name on the ballot running for governor. What did it say? What a clown. He thinks he's going to run. What a failure. He's not going to make it. He's not going to do it. And boo-hoo-hoo. Well, guess what? I love that because that wakes up my spirit and it makes me fight even harder. So thank you, haters, for being my greatest cheerers. You guys are the greatest cheerleaders that I can have in my life. Because thanks to you, I am going to run even harder. All right, let me go ahead and take another call here. Go ahead. I will take another phone call here. Hey, Craig. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. Freshly. Tanya, good morning or good afternoon. Again, I don't know where you guys are. Brian 898. Keep crying, says Robert. Well, let's see. Dennis won't talk to me. I called 8 times now. Real tough persona, buddy. Brian, I already talked to you before. I know that you're not an asshole because I heard you talking. And you're okay with me. All right, go ahead and call me now. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, guys. I know there's like a small delay, right, between the live feed when I talk and when you guys see the message or when you hear the voice. But if you hear me talking, don't call. It makes no sense. Go ahead and call in. 9 minutes. Time on my side. Will call. Go ahead, 898. Give me a call. Tough guy Dennis won't talk to Brian. He is very scared. I would be too. Brian. These nuts. All right, SoCal, see. Who cares about Maduro? SoCal does not care. Let the dictator rot in jail, he says. Yeah. I'm going to tell you, the Mexicans love me playing goalkeeper for them. I remember this team, we play in the semi-pro leagues. Anybody can join as long as they pay a membership. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. They had this goalkeeper. It was this short guy. He was not a goalkeeper, man. He was no Jorge Campos, I'll tell you that right now. He sucked really bad. And I remember one of the kids who I was friends with, his uncle, recommended me to them. And they said, hey, he plays goalkeeper. He played goalkeeper for the Mariner High School. And, this and that. And they say, you should let him play. And I was like, okay, I'll play with you guys. Why not? The whole team is Mexicans, by the way. And I'll tell you this for a reason, okay? And I went to watch the game. I was like, I'm going to bring my uniform just in case. And this is the only fraud that I have committed ever in my life. They let me use somebody else's ID to play. Oh, that's horrible. It's not a misdemeanor. It's not illegal, but technically, this is the fraud that I have committed. I played the second half of a game where they were just getting slaughtered. They have lost the first 5 games. And I started playing with them, and I put my uniform on, and they're like, damn, this guy's a real goalkeeper. Because I started stretching, and doing my warm-ups and, and doing all this stuff. Needless to say, there was a guy they used to call El Güero, okay? The guy was from Jalisco, tall guy. He was about almost my height. But, the whole green eyes, dirty blonde hair, and good striker, great dribbler. The guy was amazing. It was no joke. He was the star of the opposite team. And the one thing with me is the better the athletes that play against me, the better that I play, okay? And so he came in and took his first shot, and I just jumped and grabbed it. And he looked surprised. And I said, Güero, bring it. I want to see what you got. And, man, he did bring it, but he didn't score on me. And he says to me, we will see you again because I believe that you might take this team to the finals. Guess what? 6 games in a row, no goals on me. And there was plenty of shots. So I asked him if I can bring some friends. I have met twin brothers. at Mariner as I was playing. I say, bro, if you want, man, I can pay for the fees, and then you can go ahead and play with me. We need people. And one of the twins was a defender, a halfback, right? And then the other was actually a forward striker. And, okay, if you're calling, you're going to have to wait until I finish my story. All right, just hang tight, okay? And
Yes, sir.
and so, I said, why don't you come and play with me and my team, and let's see what happens. Well, I made a deal with them, and I said, listen, if you help me in defense, we're golden, we're solid. And I said, and I just need for your brother, the forward, to just promise me, just get one goal in, and I got your back, right? Well, we came back, and we're playing against the same team that we played before, and that Güero, that I'm telling you was a good striker, I'm not going to lie, I got lucky on this one, but he got a penalty kick on me. Now, when he came and kicked the ball, I dove to my left, but I left my feet behind. Now, if you don't know what that means, I can explain it. But I saw the ball, and at the last second, I noticed that he kicked it straight, and so I just scissor kicked it out of there, and everybody was just like crazy. And then my friend got the rebound, scored a goal, we won. We went to the finals, and we lost by a PK because I dislocated my hip. Long story short, right? The fact is that when you're down against all odds, there's only one choice to make, and that is to keep going. I don't have this quit because I don't know if I'm going to make it or not. All right, that's my story. I'm sticking to it, and it's true. Nothing has been invented. If anything, I left a lot of highlights out of the whole story. All right, thanks for calling. What's your name?
Brian S898.
Brian 898? Nah, this is not Brian.
This is him, sir.
I don't know. I don't remember this voice.
Hey, no, Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, man. How you been?
I'm all right. Had a good New Year. How about yourself?
Oh, man, we're still in it, baby.
I hear it.
Yeah, what you got for me today? Yes, sir. What you got for me?
Shit, man.
Hey, don't demonetize my channel. Only I can say that.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Crap, man. No,
Just kidding.
I'm not that guy. I'm actually trying to have a convo about a couple things.
Yeah.
Number one, brother, I mean, is there any way that he could find a different way other than war to distract from the recent non-inclusion of more Epstein files that the DOJ missed?
Well, you know what I don't understand is why people keep saying that, because here's the thing. It doesn't matter.
One like a month. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter what's happening right now. The way that the people are looking at it, and I think that maybe this is why it bugs me, it's, the Epstein files are not going anywhere. That's still happening. That's still going to happen. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stop moving forward with other things that need to get done. That's all I mean about the Epstein files. Doesn't mean that I want to get rid of. No, hell no. And if you've been on my show many times, you know that I want to see everything. I want everybody. If Trump is in there and he's found guilty, hey man, everybody's got to pay. Okay?
Yeah.
You got. So what I'm saying is that every time, man, even here in my state, bro, these guys are such losers. They have put so many taxes on us, bro. They have put so many taxes on businesses, BO tax, and blah, 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 etc. Companies are leaving. Washingtonians are. No. So taxes, local taxes, right? And there's like, and not just that, but there's a lot of money to be collected. I'm okay with it. The problem is they keep effing up the budget. They keep overspending, and they keep wasting all this money. They don't know where billions of dollars are going. Like, wait, how the hell do you not know? Don't you know who you're cutting a check to, et cetera, right? So, and you call them out on it, and the first thing they say, oh, tariffs, Trump's tariffs, that's their fault. No. This whole thing with Epstein, attacking Maduro, bringing him here within 2 hours, like we were asleep. None of us knew anything. Like, it was done. What do you mean this is to like hide the Epstein files? Like, Epstein files is still happening. We still want them. But
no, I mean it's a news cycle thing with Trump.
Yes.
And if you haven't noticed this over the last 10 years of Trump, then I don't know what to tell you, Dennis, because you're being willfully ignorant to think that you don't know what flood the gates means, and you don't understand what that means in connection to someone like Karl Rove, who didn't say that, but it was Steve Bannon. But Karl Rove was the initiator of this tactic.
Yeah.
You get onto a subject, you say, hold on, who is this Halliburton guy? Oh, that's our vice president? He's giving all of these contracts worth billions of dollars to his former employer. That's no different than Donald Trump calling the oil executives before the attack, letting them know that, hey, it's time to make some more money.
Yeah.
It's as bad as that, if not worse, because they knew before the media outlets. Why would oil companies know about an attack before media outlets?
I think
specific companies.
I think I knew already that. Why would you need to? Why did you need information? You didn't know that was going to happen. We already knew that. the Democrats are the only ones that think that they didn't know. We already knew that. We were waiting for this moment. That's why people are celebrating. See, they didn't think that it was going to happen anytime soon. We are. I'm celebrating it. Venezuelans are celebrating it. All Republicans are actually celebrating this.
Venezuelans I think the Venezuelan VP said that things were just going to go on normally.
Oh, that's because you don't know her.
The top guy.
Yeah,
like taking out the top guy is the same thing as like, hey, someone takes out Trump.
Well, she's just as bad.
What comes next? It's J.D. Vance. It's not a new government. Well, you have to put an infrastructure in for there to be a new government.
Well, it would be.
And they don't have that infrastructure, and you can't just invent an infrastructure because you took out the leader of the group.
No, we are
very disingenuous in any form of a worldview when it comes to. And the U.S. is famous for this. We've done this with over at least 50 countries since 1950. And you know this.
Well,
if you know history, you know this.
Well, here's my point.
This is American colonialism / imperialism. It's been going on for quite a while, sir.
All right.
I think you know that.
My turn to talk. Okay, so number one, the vice president that Venezuela has is just as dirty as Nicolas. That's not something new. Nicolas Maduro's nephews and her nephews, it's the whole family thing. They have been pardoned by guess whose administration? Oh, I don't have to ask you that. You already know it's Biden's. But it is the same administration, which, by the way, you know how people are saying, oh, why does President Donald Trump pardons the president of Honduras, but then he goes and gets Nicolas Maduro? Well, I can do the same fucking expression here, since everybody already demonetized my channel. I can tell you that Biden administration betrayed my president of Honduras for when I was a resident.
I'm not saying
okay,
that.
hold on.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm not saying you are. I'm just telling this in general for everybody because... Remember, if I make a comment here,
you, bro.
Okay, but hold on, let me finish. Don't interrupt so other people can hear. Okay, so the Biden administration, what they do? What they punish the Honduras president that was set up by the communist that was running for office, which obviously didn't win. They lost. But when the Biden administration put him in jail, she got to be the president in Honduras, and the only president that has a connection with Nicolas Maduro is her. She is connected with Nicolas Maduro directly. And so the whole thing is Democrats...
I didn't bring any of that into the conversation.
No, this is just my opinion. This is my opinion.
Well, I'm not bringing up any of the stuff under Biden because I'm trying to deal present day right now.
This is all present day.
A lot of people seem that they can't do that. And I don't know, man. I mean, you want to deal present day or you want to talk about Biden? Because I don't want to talk about Biden. I want to be respectful of you, though. And I'm sorry if it comes off that I'm being rude right now.
Okay, so ask a question, direct question, without examples, just a direct question.
Just a direct question?
Yes.
Can I ask you, you know the phrase "qui bono"?
No.
It's Latin for who benefits.
Yeah, okay.
I only learned that after studying 9/11.
Hey, Samuel.
Because when you think about it, who benefited?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so who benefits from getting the biggest oil reserve in the world?
We do.
Who attacked maybe the second the third largest oil reserve.
Oh, the second
like
is
20 something years ago. We did. You know, it's
wait. You said to keep it in
just
the present.
history.
No, you said to keep it on the present. It's not. This has nothing to do with history, and I'm going to tell you why.
But it is not history the repeat of a president from the same exact. They were both Republicans, sir.
Yes, but President Trump is
They
not
were
those
both
presidents.
Republicans, and it happened 25 years apart from each other.
But that's not
What is
Trump.
PNAC? Do you know what PNAC is?
My friend,
Project for the New American
you're
Century.
you're talking about parties.
Project for the New American Century was what was signed off by the Heritage Foundation in 1998 that said there needed to be a new Pearl Harbor in order for us to go over and take over 7 countries in the Middle East.
Yeah, but you're talking about parties. Don't confuse it. Trump
But
is not
there
is
a
not that.
party that has or hasn't gone after all of the oil? Or does it even need to be a party? Is that what gets you so confused, Dennis, that you think the Democrats don't care as much about oil as Republicans?
No.
'Cause I certainly know
See,
they do.
the mistake that you're
I
making.
certainly know they do.
Okay, hold on. The mistake you're
There's no
making.
difference between a Democrat and a Republican.
Hold on. The mistake you're making is you
They're
said.
both corporate assholes.
Hold on,
They're both
SA.
corporate whores.
Hold on. Let me fucking say my sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
What you're saying is that Republicans did that. Okay, and now let's go ahead and use your party. Let's use Republicans did that. Do you forget that Donald Trump is not a real Republican? He's a Democrat. But he left the fake Democrat Party because he's unrecognizable. So technically, this Republican Party is a Democratic Party. Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy, the whole administration technically is a Democratic Party. So think about what you say. So I don't want you to put a party because it's not about a party. Just like we're here as Americans, we want to do what's best for our country. So it's not about a party. Don't compare Trump. I'm not gonna compare Obama with George Bush or Biden with Trump. What I can tell you is what Trump has done better than Biden and Obama and George Bush. I can tell you that.
What I can tell you is that both parties want the exact same outcome at the end of the day. Do you think either party wanted Occupy Wall Street to gain traction? Heck no, sir. This is it's the same thing with anything. Like they are both controlled by corporate greed. They are both controlled because both Republicans and Democrats get paid by APAC. They get paid by the medical field in whatever way. The healthcare system is just,
Here, hold on. Now I'm
33 countries, brother.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Universal health care.
We just did a great reset with President Trump when we won this second term. It's the great reset.
People losing or having to pay more money for health care?
They have been doing that. Democrats did that. That wasn't Trump.
No.
So Democrats did
Actually,
that.
the ACA was the thing that kind of helped people to keep it, and a lot of Republicans wanted those ACA benefits to go on for another 10 years, so they didn't have to deal with it in the midterms coming up.
Okay, well, where I'm at, and the reason why I support President Donald Trump 100%. I voted for him. I will own my vote. If he fails, I fail. If he wins, we win. You got to pick a side. You can't just criticize. It's easy to criticize when you're a third party. It's easy for us to look and say, oh, look at that. He fucked up on that one. Oh, he messed up on that. He messed up on that. It's easy for us to say that because we're not in that seat. If we were in that seat, what would we do it?
I don't mean to interrupt, Dennis, but it's easy for a candidate to say America first.
Yeah.
And then put Israel, Venezuela, Argentina, put all these places in front of us. I mean,
wait a minute. So you're telling me that when I am working at this company, this is the company that provides for my family. You're saying that I cannot have a second job? You're saying that I cannot make a side investment?
Who said that?
Yeah, well, that's what America First means. America First means that we need to make sure that we have our assets taken care of. We need to make sure our enemies know who we are and our allies to be close to us, and they need to be taken care of. That is part of putting America first.
Our infrastructure. We're giving $3 billion.
If you want to support
Israel.
if you want to support your idea of America first, I want you to speak up against the Democratic Congress.
America first. Is it going to every single place that isn't America and giving them money? And
If we benefit, yes.
Yes, because we benefit. Because once again, those same Halliburton corporations that were dialed in back then are now even more powerful. And now we have it more dialed in because they never met any regulations when they broke the law back in the day. So you're building crap upon crap, making a crap mountain. And this is where we're at right now.
Well, we're making
the
money.
Mountain's so big that the Senate doesn't even need to pass war resolutions.
Well, we're in the business of making money.
One person can say, "Look, I'm going to declare a war."
Don't stay off. No. Stay on subject. Stay on subject.
I declare bankruptcy.
Stay on subject.
You can't do that.
Stay on subject.
Huh?
Stay on subject. Don't go sidetracking. You're going around all the different.
On the idea of Donald Trump being able to.
He's making the money.
War on his own, because even in 2003,
bro.
Look, I'm going to tie it all together now with Iraq. Because that was the first one, right?
The subject is Venezuela, Maduro, and affordability.
If Venezuela isn't Iraq to you, then you're not looking hard enough, Dennis.
Man, what part of that you don't understand?
Come on, brother.
You have theories. I already know about what's going on in Iraq, Iran.
Trump said he called the oil companies before anyone. Trump said
but you're
$1 billion from the oil companies for his re-election bid.
Stay on subject.
Guess why, Dennis?
Nicolas Maduro. That's the subject.
Guess why? You won't even address it.
Because I don't care about that. We'll have a subject to keep on to.
Donald Trump pimping out our military service for $1 billion from the oil companies for his re-election bid. You don't care about that.
What are you talking about, man?
You just heard me. I just said
that has
I
nothing to do with what's going on right now.
Ignore me a third time?
That has nothing to do with what's going on right now.
Him asking oil executives to give him $1 billion so he can do what they want in Venezuela?
No, they're not. There's a regulation. He doesn't make regulations.
About Venezuela, Dennis. Now you don't.
He is not making regulations. What are you? Oh my God, dude! What are you talking about? I am so confused on what you're trying to tell me.
I know you're always so confused when facts confront you.
What facts? What the hell are you talking about?
Trump talked to the oil executives before.
So what?
He was reelected.
So what? You got to do that. You have to make investments. You got to be able to make deals. You got to make arrangements. So what? Do you know what Nancy Pelosi's done? Tell me about that. You want to go random on talking about other freaking deals? Stay on point. What do you think about? I am talking about Nicolas Maduro.
Keep it on subject. We're talking about Venezuela.
Bro, you're not paying me. You're not paying me to debate. No, you're not paying me to debate. Don't go all over the place. I don't need to know all that shit. I talk about all that stuff all the time. Okay, I have to hang up on you, bro. You're not listening. Look, I'm not going to sit here and argue. I'm not going to rewind every single day of every single week that I have been talking about everything that's going on with Venezuela, with the Middle East, with Mexico, with Honduras, with the United States, the corruption of the Democrat. I cannot do that every single time for every single question. Staying on subject means Venezuela. What do you think about Nicolas Maduro? Ask me a question about Nicolas Maduro. Don't go in here and give me theories from Iraq and all this. It has nothing to do. I cannot sit here every single day on every single call answering the same damn question over and over, and you guys give me nothing, no benefit. No benefit. Thank you, Slanging. The thing is... You're probably not even talking about me. But look, the thing is not that. Man, we can sit here and talk theories. We can talk about history. We can go back and forth. If I don't know something, I can look it up. That's not a problem. What I want you to do is to stay on subject. All right, thanks for calling. Who's talking?
Hey, it's your favorite emperor, Mr. Time.
Oh, time, please, man. Give me something, bro. These people, bro.
Okay, I have to say something that's a little off topic. It's based on the very first caller I heard because he outright lied about the Michigan Lake thing. That was investigated.
Yeah.
That was found that the person had never met Trump, didn't know Trump, nothing about Trump, and he was known to make up this stuff about other famous people.
Yeah.
So that lie is out of the way.
I appreciate
also,
that.
kept saying he was a leftist, which all he did was admit that he's actually dumber than a Democrat. It that way. That's what the left is, and the far right that they try to attach to us all the time.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of 5% on either side. They're just loud and they mean nothing. If you're a socialist or a communist, you do not know economics, and you have what I call WIS, wealth inequity syndrome. It means you couldn't make it in capitalism, so you decided you want other people to do it for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to Nicolas Maduro, it was not an invasion. Under Article 2 of the powers of the president, he is allowed to extradite a criminal.
Yep.
In this, which is what he did. Now, he showed a little power for a reason, because it shows the rest of the world, don't mess with us.
That's right.
Because we to you too. So Colombia, Cuba, and Iran, watch out.
That's
It
right.
happened to you. And I hope, to me, as a vet, when we went to Iraq, I said, why are we not in Iran? Because the head of the snake has been Iran since 1979. They fund almost all the terrorism, and about 83% of all terrorism in the world is run by the Islamic State of Iran.
But they hate me talking about that.
Okay, so now we go to Nicolas Maduro. Like I said, that was an extradition for crimes, which, by the way, I just saw a little news feed that somehow the guy thinks he's not guilty because he just pleaded not guilty.
Right.
We already know that's false as heck.
And we know he was
People
already
wanna say,
indicted
oh,
under the Biden administration by the courts of the southern New York courts. He was already indicted.
Yeah.
All we had to do is go pick him up.
Which is crazy because when you think about that, the Southern District of New York is highly liberal to the point that they're pretty much socialist. And if they convicted him, indicted him, that means there's something on this guy.
Yeah.
They're not going after these guys for no reason at all.
That's right.
A little common sense would lead you that way.
Yes, sir.
So this guy is corrupt. People want to say, oh, they only do about 1% of the fentanyl or something like that, and about 5% of the cocaine.
Yeah.
What they don't understand, and I do understand, because when I was in the Air Force, part of my duties was drug warfare, and I spent about 8 months in Panama. It doesn't go directly from Venezuela here.
Yeah.
It rarely does. It usually goes into Mexico, or it goes into Haiti.
Yep.
It goes into... well, it used to go to El Salvador. It used to go into Honduras.
Yep.
It used to go, obviously, into Colombia, because they had a lot of ways of getting stuff here, too. So, you want to say they're 5% of the cocaine. That's 5% of our nation that's not going to be addicted, hooked on, and die from cocaine. If it's 1% of the fentanyl, that's 1% of the American nation that is not going to die from fentanyl.
Yeah.
So I don't get what these guys, they want him to be, the way I look at it with these people is they want him to be guilty of stuff so badly, they don't care if it's true or not at this point.
Yep.
All they care about is, how can we pin this thing on him? How can we pin this thing on him?
Yep.
All these little things that were in the files that they were able to see, none of it proved anything.
Yep, I know.
Anything of him being guilty of anything. Matter of fact, the one girl who sadly self-deleted, Virginia, she said under oath in Congress several times, because they asked her multiple times, and she always said never Trump. In her book, never Trump.
Yep.
So she had always said that for the entirety of the thing. The few victims that we do know of that came out, they all said never Trump, and the ones that had met him said he was always a perfect gentleman, and it was never on the island.
Yep, I heard that
People
too
forget that
from the
he
witnesses.
stopped being a friend to Epstein before Epstein ever even bought the island. So that's why you're never going to find flight records of him going to the island. His friendship didn't exist at that point. And we got to understand, billionaires, they're not really friends. They become acquaintances and they do favors for each other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's about 400 of them in America, by the way. So you being poor in America is not a billionaire's fault, is not an elite's fault. It's not all this bourgeoisie crap you guys want to talk about. You know what the bourgeoisie was in Russia? It was the landowners, the farmers, the middle class, not the wealthy.
Yeah.
And when they ended their lives, they took because they had no one who knew how to farm anymore.
Yep.
They took all the food out of the Ukraine and brought it over to Russia, and all the Ukrainians were suffering. That's why they have this deep hate for each other.
Yeah.
So these people don't understand it, and I absolutely hate, and I've lived in socialist countries, as you know, because of my being a military brat and my service time.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate, I despise to the point that I will give my life to keep socialism and communism out. They keep saying they'll fight for it, and I keep saying I'll die to keep it out.
Yeah.
That's the dream for you.
Well,
And they're not going to fight for it. They already gave up on life. They obviously want other people to take care of them.
I'm glad you're on my side, Patriot. Love having you on my side.
I don't know what else to say about that. And what was the other question? Because these people don't know how to stay on topic.
Yeah, so, I already know about Argentina. I already know about Iraq. I know about Ukraine. We already know about all that stuff. What I want is the opinion on just Nicolas Maduro and affordability crisis that we have here in our country.
So my opinion on Nicolas Maduro is we all know he's guilty. Anybody who thinks otherwise is an idiot. Yes,
Allegedly.
I'm going to wait for the courts to play out.
Yep.
I'm going to wait for the courts to play out, but we know what we know. We're not dumb. You could say allegedly, like you said, you got to protect yourself.
Yeah.
You're technically somewhat of a news network, right?
Right.
I'm not famous, except for when I'm on Graham's stream, because I always seem to get a lot of views.
Yeah, and Graham says hello.
By the way, hello, Euro.
I see him on there.
Okay, yeah. So now, my thing with affordability, our affordability issue you got to remember, I have an economics degree and a business degree out of the University of West Florida in 95. Our ability to afford things has nothing to do with how much money we make. And the reason I'm saying this is we keep asking for these forced raises. That's what these minimum wages are.
Yep.
What happens when it doesn't go up naturally, in other words, you've been there for a little bit, you get your raises, you're doing better, which is how it used to be when we were a little younger.
Right.
Somewhere in the mid to late 90s, it's skyrocketed the other way. So what happens is if it costs $1 more for them to produce something, they do what they call a 300% increase, because they got to make that percentage to make their profit. So that dollar you got, it just went up exponentially. The easiest way to explain this is to say, if I work for $1 an hour and milk is $1, it takes me 1 hour to afford that milk, right?
Right.
Now, if you go to $2 an hour, because it was forced, that milk is going to go up $3 more. That means that milk is $4. Now you're making $2, which means it's going to take you 2 hours to afford that milk. Stop asking for useless raises and stuff like that, because it's only going to hurt you. What you need to do is look at what we were doing in the 50s and 60s and realize, how do we bring down the cost of these things? In the case of housing, it's pretty simple. One of the biggest things is to redistrict things. So you have your single family homes and stuff redistrict. So not everything's like business land.
Right.
We do need to get rid of
That's
property
part
tax.
of it.
I think the only property tax we should be paying would be these corporations that are on land. Because they don't really own it.
Yep.
There's a few other things we can do, but one of the biggest ones is that another one's regulations. Regulations kill the construction industry. I know half of my family is in construction. My mom's husband is a construction worker.
Yep, and I know that.
So, all these things. This is what the issue with affordability. Now, what people don't understand is prices are going down. I get to see when they go down better than anybody, because, I live in California, the most expensive state.
Yeah.
Gas, as of last week, finally went under $4 again.
Finally.
It's about $3.85 or so, give or take where you go. There's a couple places out here about $3.33.
Right.
The last time it was under $4 was during Trump's first term. It was about $2.50, give or take a few pennies. And during Biden's administration, I'm not going to the past for anything except for the example of cost, it skyrocketed to $8-something a gallon, and was estimated to be able, if he stayed in office and kept doing what he was doing, to jump up to $11 a gallon in California.
Whew. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we just lost two of our producers over here, with Phillips 66 and Valero leaving.
And Valero,
Yeah, Valero, when they left, they explicitly said, we are leaving because of the policies of the left, and
Yep.
Newsom are making it too costly for us to afford to be here.
Yeah.
So you guys understand, you think that now they want to do this tax on the millionaires, billionaires out here? You think they're going to stay? You already lost the richest man in the world who was here. Elon left. He went to Texas, no state tax,
Well,
baby.
I can't imagine how people don't think that things are bad in California when you see a company that is willing to lose $1 billion. How can you not think that something just might be wrong? I just don't understand why people keep defending these losers, man. It's very mind-boggling.
You can't. Now, also, they want to say that California is a state that produces for other states. It no longer does, by the way. At the beginning of the last year, we had $97 billion.
Yeah.
And we lost 120 something $1 billion, and he doesn't know where it all went.
Yeah, that's man.
So
I'm telling you, man.
The last I looked, as a state, we were minus 23 billion. It may be lower or higher than that now, because San Francisco alone is $37 billion in debt. San Francisco, less than 250,000 people there. Not a very big city. It looks like Seattle, but squished in.
I have a question for you, since you're in California. Yes. You know Berniel is over there, but have you heard of this guy? There's another guy that's running for governor.
Throughout the hemisphere, there's oftentimes Cuban doctors that you will see on the front line.
Let me see. What's his name? This guy right here.
I'm not even looking at the stream, because if I was, I'd be hearing you double.
Yeah, his name is Colin Berg.
Oh, the name is familiar.
Colin Berg for governor, rugged white country man. He's running for governor 2026. I'll show you in there, and maybe you can just type it on there. I want to see if I can get SoCal to call, and then we're gonna go ahead and jump into California and see if he can give me some insights of what's going on down there. This guy is smart, not very wise, but he's smart.
David Cullenberg. Berger is his name. Okay.
Yeah.
A brighter future for California. David Cullenberger for governor. My name is David Cullenberger. I'm a 44-year-old native son of California. That scares me a little bit. You got to understand, California Republicans are more like classical liberals, which don't bother me too much, because technically I'm a classical liberal, but I'm a centrist who
thanks, Graham.
has a lot of conservative values, because the fact that I got pushed out because the center moved.
Well, he said he's a fifth generation farmer. Graham says that Bernie is running for 2030, not 26.
Yes.
So that's good.
He's running for 2030.
Yeah, he says.
I'm working a little bit with Bernie O myself. I've actually thrown my hat in and said if he needs somebody to be his LT, then I would do that.
Yeah, man, and when we get done over here,
government. I don't want to be in government, but if they need it, I'll do it. It's better than having what we've been having for the last 40, 50 years in California. Yeah. You got to understand, I remember the 80s down here, the early 80s too, because I was here in 1980, right before Reagan was elected. I was in second grade. And I remember the difference between then and now. There were still orange groves and stuff in San Jose at the time, which was their main crop back then.
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't see any. Until you get to Gilroy, which is a few miles outside of San Jose. But I saw what it looked like then, and then when I moved back in high school, yes, when I moved back again was in high school in the mid-'80s. And it was already changed. And then I moved away again in the mid-'90s, and I went in the military. I went to Florida first, went to college, and went in the military. Came back again, even worse. Moved away again. Came back again. It's every time I come back, it's worse. It's like, why do I keep coming back? It's because my mom's side of the family lives over here, and it's weird. I'm used to moving, so
yeah.
My next move will probably be Florida,
right?
The Panhandle, where my dad's side lives. They live in the Pensacola area up in the Panhandle.
Yeah.
But it's just this place constantly is just taxed to death. They want to say it's the fourth or fifth largest economy. It no longer is, by the way. And they base their economy on taxing the individual into poverty.
Same here, man.
That's
a Democrat
really
statement.
Good money.
Yeah, that's what Democrats do.
Every state in the nation outside of maybe Hawaii and maybe New York City itself, I am upper middle class. Here in California, I'm barely above what they would consider poverty.
Wow.
And
That's
I make
crazy.
really good money.
I couldn't live there, man. I had to move back to Washington because as expensive as it is over here, it was still cheaper than California. Like, I mean,
It's like two Washingtons down here.
man,
Yeah.
when I moved down there, it was at the end of 2005. And I was just like, shit, man, it's so expensive over here. And I was getting so sick because it rains a lot and it's cold and warm and cold. And I was like, I'm just going to move to California because it's good weather, maybe tropical. I'm going to live there. Man, I'm going to tell you, after I was there, I lived there for a couple of years. When I was there, the Obama won the election, and the gas prices were, I don't even know why it's not on Google, because it was almost $6 a gallon down in California at that time. And when you Google it today, it doesn't show that. It shows a lot less.
I can tell you it was because I lived here until 2007.
Yeah.
I moved away after I got married in 2007. Then moved away from where I was at in New Mexico, another bad state, by the way.
Yeah.
Not that expensive, but
I lived there too, my friend. Yeah, I lived there too.
No jobs down there.
Yeah.
Talk about the middle of nowhere, right?
Yep. Yep. They got some awesome thunderstorms though. That's for sure. A lot of lightning and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
You see them like 30 miles away too.
It's beautiful, man. Yeah,
that I like. But there's just no work out there, and there's a lot of drug issues. And it's not just because of the reservations. Everybody out there is a pill popper.
Yeah.
They all love their prescription pills.
It feels like a lot of witchcraft, bro. It feels like a lot of witchcraft, just dark feeling.
It might be the nations that are out there. I used to work on a lot of their copiers. There was a Navajo nation that was pretty far away that I used to go to theirs. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just surrounded by, how...
Hey, Graham, you want to call? Let me ask Graham and see if he wants to call. Man, I love that you have all that knowledge, man. You know that Bernie supports me over here in Washington. And you know what? I will say this, man. These people, they think we're stupid. Just because I don't want to talk about other things that they have theories on or bad deals that went on or this, they think that I'm just running away from something. It's like, bro, this is my show. I want to get it. I want to go my show to go one way. And if you're gonna at least put a damn super chat on there if you're gonna fight me on something. Don't. This is what I always tell people. You wanna demand stuff from me, and you don't do anything. Like what do? You do nothing. I mean,
pay me for that. Pay me for
bro.
That. You put the title of your show and you want to follow that string.
Right.
To follow that string, sometimes you have to add little things, but you don't completely go away from those things.
Right.
In other words, if, like I mentioned, the biting gas price, that had to do with the comparison of gas price right now, right?
Yeah. Well, that one thing is like,
Biden,
why is it that they can't admit prices down? Like, like SoCal says the prices are not down. I don't know why he's laughing about that, because we see it. Like, bro, like
about the only thing I haven't really seen go down is beef.
Yeah, and
it's a couple of pennies down, but it really hasn't. And I know part of that has to do with the livestock issues that we had the last year.
Yeah, but that's President Trump's fault as well.
Yeah, a little bit his fault. And I try to actually, it sucks because when you get on these things and you have to debate these liberals and these lefties,
yeah,
or just people that outright hate him, no matter what he does, they say it's bad. So you end up almost always having to defend him because that.
Yeah.
I want to be able to come out and say, hey, I don't like that he did this. Like when he did the bump stock thing, I was like, no, that's stupid. I don't like that he did that. It goes against my Second Amendment. When he hired Bondi, I was like, oh, dear God.
Well, she was good. She has good record.
She has a good record, but she's one of those smart girls that lets her brain go to waste. Her issue...
She's getting up there too in age.
Well, her issue is she doesn't understand the First Amendment. Hate speech is absolutely...
Yeah, she messed up on that thing. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I heard it. I was like, no.
I want to be able to say that, but it's almost like you can't because they argue everything. The guy could literally say that air is good for you and they would hold their breath.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, this is what I always say. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. It doesn't matter what the guy does. The leftists never come in here and acknowledge that at all. Ever.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, come on, at some
rare.
point,
I
you
think
got
I've
to say
seen
it.
one or two Democrats between his two terms that have said, "Oh, this was actually pretty good. I'll agree with him on this,but everything else sucks."
Yeah, when
I
they
can
have
live
no
with that.
choice. When they have no choice. But they have
I
all
never
these
asked anybody to
choices.
like him.
Yeah, but they have all these choices about their party. They don't care about the country. They care about the party. They see the party is effing everything up, and they don't say anything against them. It's like some sort of code that they have that they
Yeah.
can't speak against themselves. Look what happened to Melissa Hortman, right? The one time that she turned on the Democrat Party, a couple days later, gone. And who was the first dumbass that came out and say it was a political assassination? Tampon Tim. As a matter of fact, speaking of Tampon Tim, I got a clip to play because he's not running for a third term. That's right. He knows he's screwed. He's about to go to jail, bro. He's about to go to jail. Hey,
Okay, I'm gonna let you.
Thanks for being on my side,
with your
Time.
stream here, but I got your number now, so I'm gonna bother you.
Yeah, well, you want me to save your number as well so I know it's you when you call?
You can.
All
This
right,
is my
brother.
personal number. Yeah,
I appreciate you. I'll be texting you some crap if I need something.
go for it.
All right,
Go
brother.
for it.
Thanks for calling in, man.
Okay.
Take care.
Yep. Bye.
My favorite veteran. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Don't worry. Be happy. There we go. All right, let me see. Let me see what you guys got here on the chat. But first, let's go ahead and listen to some news from your favorite governor.
News out of St. Paul, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Tim Walz will not seek re-election as governor, and what a fall from grace this has been for him. You might recall in the spring of 2023, he pushed through several progressive ideas to the state legislature that caught the attention of Barack Obama, who went to Twitter to give his endorsement for the programs, which eventually caught the attention of people like Kamala Harris, who chose him to be her running mate as the vice president. Introduced in Chicago at the convention in August of last year, a debate that was an absolute disaster with J.D. Vance at one point called himself a knucklehead. But after reportedly billions of dollars have been stolen from taxpayers, by way of the state of Minnesota, Tim Walz says he will not seek a third term. What a remarkable 2 years in the national spotlight has been for him, Dana.
And Walz hit Trump in his announcement. He said Donald Trump and his allies in Washington, in St. Paul, and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away much of what makes Minnesota the best place in America to raise a family. Now, okay, what else has been happening in this last month? Well, you have the discovery that there has been incredible amounts of fraud, and I think 98% of the people arrested are Somalis who are immigrants there in the state that were taking COVID funds and basically and Medicaid funds and stealing them from the American people under his watch or his lack of watch. Now remember, Kamala Harris chooses him as the vice presidential choice partly because he couldn't conceivably upstage her. She says in her book that she didn't want to go with Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who because he was Jewish. She actually says this, okay? And then she goes with Tim Walz, and he was a disaster from beginning to end. He also has a lot of confidence in himself, but I think that it was very clear to him after he had some discussions over the weekend that he would lose. He was a drag on the Democratic Party nationally, and the best thing that he could have done for the party, actually, and probably for him and his family, is to take this action today, which is to decide not to run for re-election.
So the initial reporting suggests $1 billion has been stolen. Since then, that number's gone higher.
It's higher.
How high, we don't know where it ends. And there are suggestions that it could be similar in other states. Mary Catherine Ham joins us now with an initial reaction. MK, good morning to you. What do you think? Tim Walz?
Well, Yeah, I was reliably told that he was a great fraud fighter and that in fact the fraud was minimal or not happening. So I'm confused about how it suddenly became a fatal blow to his campaign. And I'm actually not confused because the fact is that the numbers were gigantic. This is perhaps unprecedented amounts of fraud. And he does have to answer for it because he was on watch the entire time. And I think it's unlikely, given the scale, that anyone who had power in the Democratic Party at this time, of which the Somali community that was engaged in this is a core constituency, didn't know about it or at least turn a very blind eye to it. And man, the fall from VP candidate to this is quite spectacular.
You have to wonder what the Minnesota Democrats are thinking, and they might be thinking this. It's reported that he met with Senator Amy Klobuchar over the weekend. And Senator Klobuchar has been trying from Washington, saying back home, you've got to get a handle on all of this. She is considering a run for governor. Perhaps they met and she let him know that he would lose in a primary to her.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think she would be a better choice than Tim Walz. She seems like the kind of person who wouldn't put up with this. But again, I would say anyone who was in power in the state of Minnesota had to know that some of this was going on. Whistleblowers were being very upfront about it. Folks, as you see from New York Times reporting and elsewhere, said basically the 2020 mind virus kept us from pointing out that this was happening because we were afraid, because it was happening in marginalized communities, we couldn't stop them without being called racist. That is a total abdication of duty. And she's a senator from that state, so she had duties as well. So although she strikes me as a tough lady who can talk tough about this, there was stuff going on while she was on the watch as well.
Mary Catherine, there's reports that Somali Americans number about 100,000 in Minnesota. And it's our understanding that you can't win a statewide race unless you have their vote. And you just mentioned the accusation of racism. And that's pretty much what the message was out of Minnesota. Anybody who was pointing fingers at what was going on there, you were accused of being a racist. Well, now that cover has been blown.
Right, and some, in fact, who were accused of things either threatened to sue or sued, saying, hey, we're being discriminated against because you're noticing the fraud. But the numbers don't lie, and the numbers aren't racist, and the stats matter, and every single dollar that is not stewarded by those who are in charge of these programs is stolen from another Minnesota or federal taxpayer who could have used that dollar for honest means and for something productive instead of fraud. So it's really a catastrophe to have that taken from people who are already struggling, maybe to, I don't know, pay for childcare, and it's going to non-existent childcare.
Also, I mean, it is difficult for any politician. Look, there's a reason I don't run. I don't have the stomach for it. But when you become a national laughingstock, and every meme is about you because you were chosen because you were going to show the Democratic Party that you were the masculine part of the party, there's all of that. But there's one thing deeper on the fraud that I want to point out. Keith Ellison, former congressman, is now the Attorney General of Minnesota. And I've mentioned this a couple of times, but it's been a couple of weeks, so let me just bring it back up. And 10-Minute Drill, the podcast, has a lot more on this. He is on audio tape, leaked audio, personally promising fraudsters that he would pressure the government to continue funding the fraudulent enterprises and promise to shield them from investigation. So the apple is rotten all the way through and into the core. And so do Republicans have a chance? I'm just saying, are you saying there's a chance that Minnesota could finally maybe turn a corner? It's been a difficult one for Republicans for many, many election cycles.
Look, I think even in a blue and purple state, even a very blue state, when you get to this level of abuse of the taxpayer, yes, Republicans can have a moment if they seize it. Ellison is a great example of exactly what you say, Dana, that people had to have known about this while it was happening. And in fact, he was talking to the very people doing it and making promises to them. So that can change voters' minds about where they're willing to swing. Republicans, however, have to put up a person against, whether it's Klobuchar or whomever, who can fight that fight. Lisa DeMuth, I believe, is the head of the Republicans in the House in the state, who had declared a long time ago. And then Mike Lindell, I think, is prepared to get in the race or is poised or has announced such. So you have to be careful about who you pick on your side as well to make this competitive.
MK, I'm sure you follow this video over the holidays, this father-son team, McShipley. They were showing up at these daycare centers where there were no kids. And a lot of folks in the media went after them for their reporting, as opposed to asking their own questions as to why you're receiving millions of dollars and had no children to show for it. Last comment on this.
Right. Look, I'm glad it went viral because it brings attention to something that deserves attention. Local reporters had worked on this in the past. Investigators in the Republican Party and elsewhere had worked on this in the past, but it really caught fire, and it should, so that a lot of people know this is happening. And this is a sort of a reflection back on Kamala actually went after in her government capacity in California, a guy who blew the whistle on Planned Parenthood with similar kinds of videos and reporting as an independent journalist. They don't like that stuff when it turns against their party and the people who are bringing in money for them.
All right. Well, Mary Catherine Ham off to a roaring start in 2026. Thank you for joining us on this breaking news as Tim Walz pulls out.
Let's go. Let's go. So if you guys don't agree with me, that's okay, guys. You don't have to agree with me. Just don't call in and think that this is your show. It's my show, okay? Now, if people want to be here, that's great. If they don't want to be here, that's okay as well. I'm not going to be mad at anybody for that. I do want to go ahead and touch up on some of the stuff that you guys are saying here on the chat. Let's see. Paul Salsi says, Dennis want me to tell them what we're smelling. What is Salsi smelling in the chat? I'm very curious. What's going on here? Tampon Tim Walz needs to resign today, 100%. I'm going to say them. I want to say something, man. These people, Richard's is smelling it already. He's calling it out. Everybody can go ahead and give some. You know, this picture is famous. This is what I think of when I think of leftists or Democrats or socialists or communists or Marxists. You guys are all the same. You're all the same. I don't know why you don't want to be in the middle. Yes, Trantifia in the chat. Oh, man. All right. Listen to this guy right here. This is here from Washington State. Now, why do I show you these clips? Because when I give you guys information, you know, and I'm not talking about you patriots, but I'm talking about people that are always on the negative side of me. It's like every time I give you guys information, you guys just everything is a lie. There is no facts. You guys are always right. The first thing you come in here is and start insulting my president. If you can't come in and not insult my president, you're not welcome in this house. Okay? So you gotta have some respect. Now you can, you know, if we're chatting and we're cool, that's fine. You know, we can talk in a certain way. But I'm not gonna allow you to come in and get on the phone and insult me. That's not how it works. Okay? So if I say anything out there in general, it really is not directed to you personally. But if you respond to it, I am going to assume that, well, you are whatever I say out loud. Right? So I don't let's say, for example, like if Hammer calls in, hey, what's up, leftist, you retard, I'm not going to say that. Because until he makes me say it, I won't say it. I'm sorry I had to put you as an example. I should have grabbed one of the blue guys or the green guys to make that example. But people always say that. Every single Democrat, I'm just tired of the excuse. Stop talking about the Epstein files. Listen, that's happening. What else do you want? President Trump already signed it. Release everything. Okay, we don't like the way Pandy's doing her job, but that's the president's call. It's not our call. And you know what? And I'm going to support him 100%. He can fire whoever he wants to fire. He can hire whoever he wants to hire. My job is to support the president. This is who I voted for. Let me have 4 years, whether he's good or bad. Why can't people understand that? Leave it alone, people. You're not going to call in to try to say, oh, destroy Dennis Herrera on his own show. I don't care about that. I really want to have some good input. And if you're going to start telling me just theories of things, that's not what I want to hear. I have enough theories of my own. I need you guys to give me some facts. Now, when you call facts, it's just your own opinion. That's not a fact. Do you understand? You know, it's so amazing that people on the left, they They don't say nothing about the left, against the left. They say everything against the right, everything against Trump, everything against the followers. But then here we are. The corrupted Democrats have activist judges in place. We can't get rid of them. Why is that? Why is Hillary Clinton not in jail? Why is Bill Clinton not in jail when he was found guilty? Why is none of these Democrats that have been benefiting from lying to the people? Why is Maxine Waters not in jail? Why is Letitia James not in jail? Why isn't Chuck Schumer in jail? Why isn't Pencil Neck Shifty Schiff in jail? Why is Nancy Pelosi not in jail? Yeah? Well, why? Answer me those questions and tell me. And if your answer is not because they own the judges, the district judges, I don't want to hear anything from you. Because if you don't think that's a fact, that's crazy. If you don't question why Ilhan Omar gained $30 million in 1 year, I don't want to hear from you. Let me go ahead and play this real quick. Let's see. What do we got here? Can we have justice in the courts for Democrats under a Republican government? Well, I'm going to tell you something. And I don't know if this is where you're at with this. I don't believe anything the left has to say. And whatever Trump and the administration is guilty of is nothing compared to the last administration. And thus, I will continue to support this administration. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's going to make mistakes. For if you are asking for somebody to be in jail, you better have a good moral testimony about yourself. If you have been in jail, if you have broken the law, if you're a cheater, if you allow illegal immigrants in this country, if you don't respect the Constitution, if you don't respect the law of this country, then you should just shut the hell up. You have no opinion at all. You got no moral grounds. If you don't believe in God and the Bible, you have no moral grounds. You have nothing to say. You can't come in here and tell me that we voted in a pedophile when he's not, and yet you support pedophiles. You support pedophiles in the LGBTQ. You support pedophiles in the Muslim religion. So I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from somebody that actually cares about this country. So we had a lot of good information from Time on My Side about affordability. What can help bring prices down? People say that illegal immigrants boost the economy. No, they don't. Here, let me give you an example. And you know, there's some people that come in here just to hate. I get it. And that's okay. Okay, I get it. But let me just give you an example. You guys, everybody has heard already. Everybody has already by now heard of the fraud, especially on Somali communities. They are the experts in piracy, lies, extortions, bribes. This is a third world country. This is what they know. Now I'm going to get even deeper than that. And you can go ahead and research, and you can say, hey, you were off by this percentage, or you can say, that wasn't really quite right. You can say anything that you want. That's right, baby. On the 12th, I'm going to have that hat on. It's coming, guys. It's coming. Thank you, Hoopty. Just in case you still wanted to call. And so I'm going to go here. Somalis. I think George Bush made the biggest mistake. He brought way too many. I don't know why. Maybe he was trying to convince people that he should be president again before Obama beat him. I don't know. But the fact is that they brought him here by the thousands, and they put him in one community. Some of the Somalis branched off to other states. It's not. Let me double check, and you can correct me on this. But I believe they were trying to send 70,000 Somalis to Ohio. Why? Come on. Even the question is very stupid. Why? Because they need votes. They're not stupid. Well, they're stupid, but they're not stupid. Why do I say that? Because you see, Democrats, they think that if they allow a bunch of illegal immigrants, let's just say a lot of people from a third world country, okay? Let's just say that. Let's be clear about it. Because if they allowed a lot of people from third world countries, number one, the negative part, on the personal level, it's they will live just as they lived in their own shithole country. Very simple. I'm going to give you an example. If one of my cousins comes here from Honduras, okay, and I'm talking about very specific cousins here, when you come over to the neighborhood, if everybody in the neighborhood is like my cousin, you're going to find no garbage on the street. The yard is going to be cut, beautifully cut, manicured beautifully. The house is going to be clean. It's going to smell good. It's going to be taken care of. Now, if you go and grab the uneducated, the uncivilized people in Honduras, and you bring them here, and they're used to living in dirt, garbage all over their yard because they don't really have a yard. They shower or they go swimming in sewer waters. If you bring those people here, that is the fruits that they're going to bear in this country. And that's just a fact of life. That's just how it is. So I'll go back to the Somalis. So you bring Somalis by the thousands, and you put them in there. I don't want to say savages, but kind of. Just uneducated. But you put them in by the thousands on this community, right? And then you have Tampon Tim, which is not going to run again, right? Because he's a coward. He knows he's in trouble, though. So I don't blame him too much for that. He knows he's in trouble. They will raise their children, even though they are born here in America, they are going to raise their children to be just like them. Not like Americans, like them. I'll give you an example of a Mexican family, and this is something that happened throughout history here, especially in California, Texas, etc., where there's a lot of Chicano families. Chicano is a person that is Hispanic descent, mainly Mexican, but Hispanic descent. They come over here, they have children. Those children are considered Chicanos. They're just American, but they like to say Mexican-American. It's not true because Mexican is a nationality, it's not an ethnicity. But the fact is that there was parents that did not allow their children to learn Spanish. They wanted them to speak English only. And I think that I understand the reasoning behind it, but I think it's stupid. They should also keep speaking Spanish. Not so that they can be loyal to their Spanish heritage, but so that they can have a bilingual. Being bilingual gives you a step ahead in society sometimes, right? So they wanted them to be American. See, they didn't want them to be Mexican, right? Even though the culture carries over, so the food, that's the culture, right? The traditions, that's the culture. What is culture? Something that a lot of people do together, like the rap culture, hip-hop culture. Some of those things, to me, they're very stupid and very corrupting, and it just keeps people down, and it keeps them from coming up in society as good people. But whatever, we have no control of that type of culture. But the Somalis come here, and they are raised to be exactly as they know life to be in Somalia. It's not that you're being racist or Islamophobia and all this other crap that I don't believe in. The facts are the facts. Most of the population of Somalis are on welfare. We know this, right? What is it? No, it's not most. I think it's like, 45%, 42, 45%. They have been on welfare, and 82% of those have been on welfare for more than 10 years. Now, if you ask me, and I'm going to give you an example now because I don't live in Minnesota. I live here in Washington State. I've given this example. If you've been with me for a long time, you know this example. It's what I've been giving. Here, if you're making $35,000 up to $50,000 a year, and you have a family of 4, number one, that sucks. All right, but you pay taxes, probably up to $2,800. Right? And then when you do your taxes every year, you get back almost $10,000 for your family. So what I'm saying is this. So you paid almost $3,000, you get almost $10,000, you get $6,000, almost $7,000 in tax return. That means that you got $7,000 tax dollars from somebody else. So you didn't pay taxes and you're getting money back. On top of that, you are not giving anything to the economy. You're getting health care benefits. You're getting SNAP benefits because a family of 4, you qualify for that. In this Minnesota state, they got extra money that goes with it. So not only are they paying, let's say, like the Hispanic, like the illegal immigration, right? Illegal immigrants, they're paying over $100 billion in taxes, right, to the IRS. There's a lot of people that work under the table. No taxes are paid on that, okay? And they get back in benefits and tax returns. Because if they pay taxes, they get a return. I guarantee you that. They get back over $400 billion. So they're not giving us, they're not helping the economy. They're taking $300 billion off of the economy of the United States of America. So no, illegal immigrants don't benefit us. No, they don't. A few, yeah, maybe. But a massive of millions of illegals, they don't. Just Mexico gets about $65 billion from them. Honduras gets about $60 billion. I mean, there's all this other countries. Just think about it. And you have all these other countries that are not being accounted for. That's crazy. So when you complain about the pricing of housing, there's a lot to it. You know, I know, who was it? SoCal, I think it was, that called in and gave me some examples about it. I don't know. Somebody called in and they said, well, we build more houses. Well, there's regulations. There's protected land. So what is the solution? If you cannot build more houses, what is the solution? Well, let's find out how many Americans are actually here. And if they are all here legitimately, okay, we got a problem. But if we got millions of illegal immigrants in this country taking away housing, then that's a problem, isn't it? And if we get rid of them, then housing cost goes down. All right, let's see if Hoopty got some information on this. You decided to call, didn't you?
Hey. Figured I might.
Well, go on and let it rip. Give me some information on this.
So, I mean, I could give you all the information in the world, but a simple Google search and a little bit of research and some critical thinking can get you on the right track. I mean, it's pretty obviously that these people are suffering from an internal delusion that's causing them to want to cherry pick facts that support their agenda or the agenda that they've been deluded by. Yeah. And, I mean, it's just the facts are out there. And, as far as Venezuela, there's a lot I could talk about. I mean, what subject are we focused on right now? Is it Minnesota?
Well, I'm going to talk more about Minnesota, but just affordability in general. Just give me a general.
In general?
Yeah, in general. Affordability.
Affordability. I mean, just the things that Trump is doing with the tax relief.
Well, they think it's just for the billionaires.
Yeah, agriculture. I mean, the spending cuts that are in place because of the previous administration, those are what caused the spending and all the policies are what caused the prices to be what they are. And, you know, Trump is having to to take drastic measures in a lot of cases, and it's not pretty. And a lot of people aren't going to agree with it, but over time, it's going to benefit the American people. And if we could just look past our political ideologies and beliefs and look into the policies and the effects that they're going to have, we'd see that it's whether or not we agree with anything Trump's doing or saying or the type of person he is or what he could possibly be guilty of, that we'll find out in time that he is for the benefit of the American people. And you can just see that in his policies.
Yeah.
And I'm a MAGA person. I'm not a Trump supporter. I've actually never voted in my life. I didn't vote for Trump the first time. And I've just, through just critical thinking and seeing the way that the world's going, me and my wife decided that this year that we had to vote for Trump, basically, because if the alternative came into power,
we just can't continue that.
The state of emergency that our country would be floundering in right now.
Exactly.
And so, I mean, Trump's just a man. You know, he's a man in God's hands. And if you're a Christian and you can see clearly, you can see that if the alternative had come into power, that would not have been the will of God, and we would have seen the effects taking place right now, and we would be suffering for it. So I'm thankful and I'm grateful.
Yeah.
And I just hope that Trump isn't guilty of a lot of the things that people are saying.
Same here. Him. Yep. Same here.
I don't think he is. But if he is, then I mean, I guess we'll get J.D. Vance, to take over.
That's right.
And we can stop having this argument about you support a pedophile.
Exactly.
Blah, this and that.
Exactly.
Like, we don't know the facts. We don't know the facts, and when we find them out, then we can talk about them.
Right.
And just speculation isn't helping anybody. And
that's what I'm saying.
Let's just try to grow as a nation. Let's try to unite together as American people, Democrat, Republican, whatever. Let's look at the policies and vote for them as they pertain.
Of course you're going to run out of money if you habitually spend more.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. It's like stop making all these distractions from what we are talking about, what we're seeing. It's like, let those things, it's going to have time. We can't spend every single day, brother, just talking about Epstein files. Like, geez, come on. How many times, bro? How many days? How long do we have to keep talking about that? It's like, I want you to call me in and help me figure out what is it? What can we really do? Forget about this. I hate Trump. When people say that, they already lost me, because I'm already defending Trump. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I made that very clear. This is a MAGA channel, and if you want to be in here, great. You're more than welcome. But you're not going to come in here and just bash us, right? You don't bash my president. You don't bash any of us in here. What I want to hear is, how are you going to beat us? I like competition,
Come in with a reasonable, intelligent argument.
Well, here.
A lot of reasonable, intelligent arguments that you could present that are against Trump.
Here, I'll make it easier. I'll make it easier for people.
That are mistakes.
Yeah, let me tell you this. I already cut you off. Let me make it easier for people. Forget about what the administration of Biden did. Forget about what Trump's past did. What I want you to talk to me about, what I want you to tell me is, how can you do better than this administration? That's what I want to hear. Don't bring the Epstein file. Don't bring let's just keep that in the back burner, because those things are still working itself out. I want you to tell me how. You know what I'm saying? Beat me.
Why is that you want them to focus on that?
Yeah, so like if you're pro,
you care about America. You care about America before you care about Trump. But you know that Trump is for America.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, okay, so let's say you are pro illegal immigration. Well, I'm against that, right? So tell me, how can we fix it? What can we? How can we find the best beneficial way for the Americans? Forget about I don't care about other foreigners getting the benefits that belong to Americans. How are you going to guarantee that American citizens get every single benefit and not illegals? That's what they cannot give me, and they will never be able to give me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just like, because the answer always comes back to the same answer. They want slaves, and we don't.
Yeah, at that point, when the facts are confronted, then there's no argument for it. Then there's misdirection and misinformation.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, like, okay, so there's a guy, his name is Jorge, right? Jorge Perez. He says, you're an immigrant. That's so dumb. He's been in here so for a while now, and he still doesn't understand the fact that being an immigrant and an illegal immigrant is a huge difference. It's just like saying...
I'm a white American.
Yeah.
A white American, and my wife is an immigrant from the Philippines, and I helped her to immigrate here.
Oh, lucky you.
Through the USCIS official legal process.
Yep, right,
and
right.
then we decided also to help her parents immigrate into the U.S. through the legal USCIS process.
Yeah, yep.
And now we together are working, benefiting America, benefiting our lives, running an adult foster home, and we benefit from Medicaid, and we benefit from a lot of the, the institutions that have been raped and pillaged by the, just like in Ohio and everything that's going on. So it's affecting us personally.
Yeah.
And we can see the truth that's going on, and because there's immigrants in our family, we stand for Trump. We stand for immigration. We stand against illegal immigration, and we stand for policies that will benefit us and benefit Americans in the future.
Yeah.
And we can see beyond Trump and beyond personalities to see the policies that are in effect are what dictate what's going to happen in our lives. And the policies that Trump is enacting are policies that will benefit us and will benefit American people.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter how many people tell me that illegal immigrants are over here helping our tax system. Let's be honest. Even if we get 50% of those, 21 to 50 million illegal immigrants that came in here, even if we get like 50% of those people to pay taxes, the other people working under the table, right? And then
just tell those people to do a simple Google search of the drain on the economy versus what they have put into the economy, and they'll see that it's an overall massive drain on the economy.
Yeah, no, it's huge. Dude, I'm almost a half a century old. I've been in this country for 37 years, and I'm almost a half a century old. And I can tell you that I know that the way that people think from third world country, some believe that they have to do it legally and the right way, but there is always those who want to cheat, and they want to come here and cheat the system. Like, I hear all these talks about women trying to get pregnant and giving birth to anchor babies so that they don't get deported. Well, that doesn't fly.
Yeah.
And
that's not just to illegal immigrants. There are obviously, that we found out, legal immigrants who that's their exact goal, to come in and bleed dry and take and steal.
Yep.
And get whatever they can from us.
Yep.
They don't care.
Yep. Yep.
And that's not to say it's all immigrants. We love immigrants. America loves immigrants.
Absolutely.
We would flounder without immigration in our country.
Yep.
It's the fact that we are against illegal immigration. I don't see how it's so hard to wrap your mind around this.
Yeah, well, what they don't understand is this, man. They think that the United States, that old saying, right, from Kennedy? I think it was Kennedy, right? That says, ask not what your country can do for you.
What you can do for your country.
But what you can do for your country. See, illegal immigrants, or let's just say foreigners, right, that are coming here illegally. They think, okay, what can the United States give me? What can I get from the United States of America? Oh, the American dream. I need to go get it. No. The question is, what can I do? The United States is such a great country. What can I do to be part of that?
Yeah.
What can I give to be part of that? It's like when you got married. Yeah. I know people don't understand my parables or my comparisons, but I'm going to tell you right now, your wife, I'm sure she's beautiful, and she's the most beautiful woman for you in your life because you love her. But I want to tell you something.
Of course.
When you look at her, did you look and say, man, what can I get out of this hotness, right? Or did you say, I'm giving you a compliment, brother, or did you say, wow, this woman can really benefit my spirit, my soul, what can I do to get this woman? How can I earn her love, her heart, her loyalty? How can I get her to say, yes, I will marry you? It doesn't matter if it's economical, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the damn word in English. If you're looking for economical, it's not assistance. What's the word, like, stability? Oh my gosh, this is what's going to break my English. Even if you're offering economical stability, or if you're offering papers, or it doesn't matter. You get something to give. That is exactly what you give. Like for me, for example, as a regular guy, I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars. I have been above middle class. I have been poor. I've been homeless. I've been all up and down all over the place. I don't blame the rich. I don't blame the government. It's my decisions, my mistakes. And I'm like, oh my God, if I didn't make that mistake, you know what I mean? It's just like, and then you can choose to start over or not. But here's my point. When I saw my wife, the first thing that I saw was, I love how the family get together at night at 6 p.m. and do prayer, right? And I'm like, I like that. As a family, I see the unity on these Samoans, right? And I like that. I'm not saying that everything they do I like, because some things I really don't like, right? But then I see this, and this is like...
That's every culture. Yeah, that's every culture.
Yeah, so I figure, like, okay, what the hell do I got to bring into the table? All I got is my love, my loyalty. I mean, I don't have that much money, right? But my wife was interested, and I didn't just think, okay, well, let me see what I can get out of these people. We don't think that way, because if we're looking for a wife...
That mindset,
correct, yeah. So if you're looking to be in this country, you got to say, hey, my life can benefit a lot from the United States of America. How can I be part of that? How can I gain that favor? How can I get the United States to accept me and give me the right to be here? I'm going to say this
and I can give you another really quick example.
Give me a better one, because my English is horrible. I'll give you better stories in Spanish.
My nephew, my wife's sister's son, he is Filipino, and he was, they were coming out of a impoverished third world situation.
Yeah.
And so yes, there was definitely some selfish, beneficial motives for him wanting to come to America.
Oh yeah.
And that's there's nothing wrong with that. But what he did when he got here proves that all immigration and all people don't have the same motives, because when he came to America, the first thing that he did was enlist in the Navy, and now he's serving in our military and serving our country.
Nice.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you, okay? And you can answer it honest. You don't have to think the way I think, obviously, but just answer it honestly. If your nephew, okay, he joined the Navy, he's doing his time, doing everything, but his mom comes over and she overstays her visa, she becomes illegal, she gets deported. What do you think should be the reaction from that Marine?
Well, I mean, we would completely understand why it happened if proper channels weren't taken care of that needed to be done. When those things happen, it's not just out of the blue for no reason.
Correct.
There's a reason why people get deported. And we would do everything that we could to make sure that she was informed enough to know of the steps that she needed to take so that didn't happen.
Yeah. And you know what? That answer...
And it's sad that it is happening, but that's the reality.
That is correct. That is correct. And and the leftists and the Democrats and all these people that are on the other side against us, they don't understand that. They can't come to the honest conclusion that it was their fault. And I say this, and of course they're not going to believe me because I'm a citizen, but if my mother came here, number one, I will make sure she got papers before she came here, okay? But number
And
two,
that's not to say that no mistakes have been made and there aren't some one-offs of people that have been deported.
yes,
Or
I agree. I agree with that.
Investigated that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But because of the state of emergency that our nation is in, because of what Biden and his administration did to this country, drastic measures are called for a drastic situation. And it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be ugly. A lot of people aren't going to like it, but it's what needs to happen to fix broken America.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, but that's just the case.
Yeah. No, I agree. Hey, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you being neutral on stuff. It's just crazy because you're not a leftist, you're not a right, you're not a Trumpster, but the conservative part is there. You know, the whole honesty is there.
Absolutely.
Common sense is there. You know, you do have experience in life and business and all this other stuff, but it's just common sense. I don't even know what other word to give it. And these people just can't seem to have that because they have so much hate.
My friend.
Yeah, it comes, but they have so much hate they can't think. You know. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you for calling. Okay, God bless you, man. God bless your family. Happy New Year.
You guys. God bless the libs. Some of these census people.
Let's go. Later. All right, I appreciate honest conversation, guys, and there's nothing wrong with honest conversation. Now, Jorge, I have an American passport. How do you think you get one of those? Not by being illegal. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to tell you a true story. I didn't know this. So, in case, a disclaimer, okay? Things may have changed. But I'm going to tell you a story. I went to Honduras with my green card. My Honduras passport, right, had expired. Now, I was told by people that because my passport was expired, I needed to get a new passport because otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back to the States. And so I decided to go get a new passport. And then I gave him my birth certificate. Says that I'm Honduran. I was born in San Pedro Sula. And so I get the booklet. I took the photos. And then I got up before sunrise and I went and made the line to get my passport, stamped to be legit, to be used for travel. I went through this hustle and bustle and all this other stuff. I went back and forth from here to here, went to the bank, went to the office, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just like, oh, my God, I got to go. I got to go to the United States tomorrow. I need this done. And so I finally, after wasting a whole week of my vacation trying to get this thing done, I get to the airport and I give them the old passport with my green card and the new passport. The guy opened the old passport, grabbed my green card. Have a safe flight. What? You didn't even look at my passport? Didn't care. I arrived in Houston. Look at my green card. Gave him my passport. I gave him my old expired passport. And I have my new passport in there. They didn't even look at my new passport. They didn't care the passport was expired. All they care about it was that my green card was legit. So they scan it, shows my photo. Welcome back to the United States of America. And my point is, once you're an American citizen, you get an American passport. If you're a green card holder, you only get the green card. But the passport, the booklet, has to be renewed back in your country of birth. Now, there's some states that will have, maybe they'll have your country's embassy. And that can also work because that's where you can get it renewed. But if they don't have your country's embassy in the state that you live in, then you'll have to find a state where you can fly to, etc. And maybe they can give you one there. But yeah, I had to go to Honduras, and that hustle, man, it just wasted 1 week vacation on something that I didn't even need at all. All right, so All right, let me see. Jorge, you want to call in? I don't think I've talked to Jorge Perez yet. You want to call in? You can go ahead and call in. Let me hear you. I don't have to convince you. You don't have to convince me. But I want you to go ahead and give me your input on what do you think about illegal immigration. Why do you support illegal immigration? And don't tell me that because you're illegal, because your family is illegal. That's not a reason. I don't support any illegal immigration. You need asylum, you will apply for asylum at the port of entry. So if you dress up like an NFL player, does that make you a wide receiver? I think is what it means. Well, I play quarterback and punter, but I did have pretty good hands. I was a pretty good wide receiver for backup. Let's see. Jorge, that's not the question, man. What does anybody have a question on here before we go to the next? No? All right, I'll let you think about your question. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. This is Bob Ferguson, the governor here of Washington State. Lawmakers in Olympia could have solved the state's budget deficit by simply holding spending to 2024 levels. Instead, legislative Democrats spent all the money. And now we're in a negative deficit. Let's see what he says. Let the experts talk.
Of course you're going to run out of money if you habitually spend more of it than you take in. Last year, when we had the biggest budget deficit in the history of the state that was plugged by raising taxes and the biggest tax increase in the history of the state, you could have balanced the budget by simply carrying over the prior year's spending 1 year. Was the world falling apart in 2024 so much that we couldn't just say, let's just keep spending what we were spending and give ourselves 1 year breathing room? I think we could have figured it out. But we continue to pass increase after increase. We refuse to engage in structural reform, zero-based budget reforms. We refuse to do any of the activities necessary to actually create a sustainable budget other than go and ask the tax-paying public for more of their hard-earned money.
The simple Democrats' way of fixing the economy is just to tax more and more and more. That's not how you fix the economy. Here's, I think she's running for governor, I think, on her state.
Because the only right that you should have after breaking into this country is the right to remain silent.
You need to leave.
Oh, the leftists lost it on that one. The only right illegal immigrants have in this country is the right to remain silent. You need to leave. Let me hear that again. There you go, Peyton Jackson for U.S. House District. What else? District 33. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real.
Because the only right that you should have after breaking into this country is the right to remain silent.
Why is it? Why do people have a hard time with that? Why do people have a hard time with that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, that was our Black American speaking out her mind. Now, for those of you who keep defending the Muslim religion, Islam, I got something for you here. Let's take a listen to this right here. And see if you think that I am just being a Islamophobe. Let's see what this is.
What is the penalty for apostasy? What is the penalty for leaving the Muslim faith?
To be honest, I cannot back that point up.
Dr. Mukadam, what is the penalty for apostasy?
Before
we keep coming down this apostasy. Give us a quick answer on what is the penalty for apostasy. We'll come on the audience.
You very well know if it's an Islamic country, then the Sharia is very clear. Apostasy is dealt with the death penalty.
Thank you. What is the penalty for apostasy? What is the penalty?
Well, well, well. So, you still want to defend Islam? Because they don't go by the law of the land. They go by Sharia law. And that's why they try to pass it. Do you want to be guilty? I mean, as Americans, I'm sure that you don't like the death penalty already. A lot of states don't like the death penalty. Some have it. But that's Islam. There is no racism. There is no Islamophobe. I'm not Islamophobe. I'm not afraid of them. That doesn't even exist. That's not a real word. Eve, you missed my president, my MAGA hats. Let me see. Oh, it's too high. Can't reach. All right. Well, I aim to please. There you go. You like this one? All right, let me see. Let me see what this is. What did you say? You didn't listen to that guy at all. What are you talking about, Kalo? Or Kalo? Kalo Panda. What do you mean? That dude said if it's an Islamic country. Yes. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. Hey, if it makes you feel better, SoCal, President Donald Trump was a Democrat, remember? Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat, remember? And nothing to do with parties, my friend. All to do with the people, the actual people, not the party, the people. So I know I say also Democrats, but yeah, let's be honest. You got me on that one. I thought George Bush was such a horrible president, and I thought that he was Democrat, but you were right. He was a Republican, and that's how I know. That's why I say today, it's not the party. It's the people in that party that are doing the problems. And very unfortunately, the troublemakers on the Democratic Party have been the Congress and the senators. Congress, because they have a full life of being in power. And we know what happens when there is no term limits. Power corrupts. And that's what we haven't got rid of. And I really find it very interesting that Democrats like to complain about 4 years of President Donald Trump, but they don't complain about decades of corrupted Democrats in Congress making millions and millions of dollars. That's not their salary. Come on, governor's salary is about $216,000, I think. No, $219,000. That's the governor's salary. The senators, the Congress, they making a lot of money, but they don't make millions. You see Pelosi, she used to be the same way that Trump is right now, and everybody just hates Trump because it's Trump. But in reality, they're still Democrats. They might call themselves Republicans, but he's also been a Democrat all his life. That's how that works. So why don't you complain ever complain about this Congress in office? Why you never complain about the skeleton Maxine Waters? Why don't you complain about Chuck Schumer? Why don't you complain about Shifty Schiff, the one that lied to us and say there was undisputable evidence, thousands of evidence all over the place to prove that President Trump was colliding with Russia. Colluded with Russia, not colliding. Colluded. Nothing. For 4 years, they lied to us, and you guys don't say nothing. But the moment that President Donald Trump does something, Epstein files. How come you don't keep bringing up the Russia collusion? How come you guys don't bring that back when we're having a conversation? Why don't you say, hey, remember when Obama released Islamic terrorist leaders just to release a white American that also was an Islamist terrorist? You guys don't bring that up, do you? Remember when he tried to send those billions of dollars to Iran before President Trump took office at first? You guys never bring that up, do you? You guys don't bring up the thousands of emails that Hillary Clinton deleted? You guys never bring up the issue that before she was married to Clinton, she was fired because she was a liar. You guys never talk about that in history. But for some reason, you guys don't know any history at all against Democrats. And all the history and personal details from President Trump, you have memorized. It's a wonder why I don't listen to you guys. Why is that? I support Trump 100%. I voted for him. And I'll say this over and over. If he messes up, I messed up. But if he does things right, as he has been doing all this time that he's been in office, well, we take credit for that as well. Right? So if we have to be Republicans today, well, we're Republicans today. If we have to be Democrats tomorrow, then we'll be Democrats tomorrow. I will tell you this. As long as the Democratic Party is a socialist, Marxist, communist, I will never be a Democrat. So I'd rather be a Republican. Just like I'd rather be called a traitor, a sellout, because I came to this country here illegally as a migrant, and I'm against illegal immigration. Well, I think the same way about people that support illegal immigrants and them. I believe they're a sellout. I believe they're the coconuts. I believe they're the criminals. And how dare they betrayed our people by supporting illegal immigration. How dare you? You know, all I say is this. You guys on the left didn't do anything but almost destroy this country. And the world knows it. The world knows it. And let me tell you something that I've learned in life. Losers will always copy the winners, but they will never be winners. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Everything that we have defended ourselves against the Democrats, and yes, has to do with the parties. Everything that we have said to defend ourselves against Democrats, they try to use those same words against us. Except we're not doing the criminal activities that they're doing. We're not in here corrupting the government. They do that. You know, I told my wife the other day, I said, babe, you know, why do these people have a hard time being audited? Why are they so worried about getting audited? What's the problem? You know what was the most common thing that happened at every company that I work on? They come around and they give you this warning. Oh my gosh, there's going to be an audit. There's going to be an audit tomorrow. There's going to be an audit. So what? If you do your job, so what? Man, the auditors came into my department. The supervisor was gone. I'm the only lead. And when the supervisor's not there, everybody panics. Everybody panics. And I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Just do your job. Don't worry about it. And then I got this whole team of people coming in. Okay, hey, so where do you follow your this and that? And I said, okay, well, we have a book right here. This is what we're supposed to follow. This is the code. And so what do you do when you're, and I'm not going to give you details because this is something that is federal. And, you know, it's like, so what do you do for the customers to blah, blah, blah? Okay, well, here, and this, on the receipt that we give them for the invoice, we actually says right here, this is the blah, 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 and all this stuff. And it's like, can you show us how you do the process? Well, first of all, we grab this, and then we take care of that, and then we make sure that we put here in the system that this is happening. It's very important that you do this. You got to make sure that the quality control person has both of these seals in there, the signature is on there, okay, and then now I can go ahead and pull it to the next level, and then I can go ahead and create this and that, and boom, this is where I go finish this, and now it's ready to go, and this is how it's going to happen. You know what? I don't have to worry about audits because I'm doing my job. I'm following policy. I'm following my procedure. Right? No, Eve, I said babe. She is a babe. Did you know a lot of queens are ugly? Yeah, I'd rather have a babe than a queen. I tell you that right now. I'd rather have a babe than a queen. Some queens are just not all there, my friend. They're just not there. And so my wife tells me, she's like, I know, babe. I know. She calls me babe as well. There you go. So most of the time I call her love. But, but she says, I know, right? Why do people worry? If they're doing their job, what are they worrying about? I was like, I have no idea. And you know what? It happens all the time. And it was amazing to me that these people, when Doge came in, they all panicked. Chuck Schumer, boom, right away, with Maxine and Pelosi and the whole gang of the old rats in there. I'm like, okay, what are they hiding? They got to be hiding something. Now, they got to be hiding something. What are they hiding? You know what they're hiding? Fraud. Fraud. That's what they're hiding. If you didn't know, today you will know. We talk about Somalis committing fraud. What you don't know, probably, maybe you do know, it's that when USAID got shut down by Doge, SoCal, tell me one thing. What happened? It's not a privacy issue. I thought you said you were smart with facts. Tell me what happened when USAID got shut down. What happened with specifically with Somalia? Where is all that fraud, he says? What happened with Somalia, my friend, when USAID got shut down? No. You are so TDS full, my friend. You should have taken the red pill, is what you should have done. Let's see. They wanted to access people's social security. This guy. You think the government doesn't know that already? You think the IRS doesn't know that already? How do you get a credit card? How do you apply for a loan? How do you go and buy a car? Who else asks you for social security numbers? Tell me. Everybody in the government and their mama knows your social security. That is the stupidest excuse that they made. I can't believe you bought that. I can't believe you bought that. When I hear Somalia, I need a shower. Hey, listen, man, that's kind of prejudice, bro. That's kind of prejudice. But I feel the same way. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That ain't right. I apologize about that. That ain't right. Right. Doge is not a government agency, and neither is a credit card company, is there? But they got your social security number. Oh, yeah. Now, don't you think that you would like to support Doge? Because they are actually trying to find out where your tax money is going. You see that? You see that right there? So if the phone company can have your social security number, if your internet provider can have your social security number, everybody and their mama has your social security number except for Doge, who is trying to audit, trying to find fraud, and you still didn't answer to me. What happened to Somalia? Sorry, Samuel. What happened to Somalia? Sorry, Samuel, again. What happened to Somalia when they shut down the USAID? Oh, man. You're so lost, my friend. They got power from the federal government to go and check in those records. What do you think an auditor does? What do you think an auditor does? Because that's what they were doing. They were made auditors. Auditors for the Trump administration, which, by the way, is your president, the commander-in-chief, the people, the executive branch that we chose to have in there. When they design somebody as an auditor, what do you think the auditor has to do? This is what I want you to come in and start thinking about what you're saying. But let me give you the information with Somalia. The whole economy of Somalia depends on about $12 billion, I believe. As a GDP, I think, is what they call it. I don't follow too much into that. But the whole economy in Somalia collapsed when they shut down USAID. Why do you think that is? I know it's a rhetorical question. But then now you have this. They have proof in video. Now, it's still allegedly, right? They have proof in video that Somali employees were paid cash for their services. Meaning that if they get paid under the table, the government thinks they're not working and that they're just taking care of their kids. Look how easy this fraud is. Man, I know they say it takes a thief to know a thief and whatever. Well, you can call me whatever you want, but I'm not an idiot. Let me tell you how I'm going to use the system. Not really, but just hypothetically. I'm going to use the system like this. Well, I know the government is giving subsidies to daycares. Now, this is just the way I would do it. So, well, I want to work. Well, I don't want to work. F that. I got 2 kids. I don't want to work. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and create a daycare. Yeah, I'm going to create a daycare. Yeah, get the insurance, get this permit, maybe fix some papers, bada bing, bada boom. And I'm going to open a daycare. And guess what? I'm going to get a subsidy for $160,000 every quarter so that I can have kids come into my daycare. Well, I can't work because I have to take care of my kids, right? So I take my kids with me to the daycare business. I watch them right there. Not only are they giving me food stamps, not only are they giving me free health care, but I am making cash because I'm going to go ahead and give a kickback so that the fraud continues to happen in my daycare. So I'm not paying taxes. I'm getting free dollars, free food, free housing, free health care, and I get paid to take care of my kids in the own business. See how easy that works? It's very easy, isn't it? Very easy. So what do you think needs to happen to me? What needs to happen to me is I need to be audited. Okay, Dennis, well, you say you got 100 kids here. Where they at? Let me see the paper. Let me take a look at your client list. I'm the auditor. I have permission. Granted, level 5 access. I need to see every single one of those children who are enrolled in this daycare. Very easy. Okay, I want a list of the employees with their titles on their position. Let me talk to the manager. Sir, what is the process for somebody to come in here and enlist a child into the daycare? Go. You don't know? Mark. Okay. So what is the process to make sure that people that are okay to be in here? What is the process? How does the application process go? If you cannot tell me that information, I'm going to mark that down. And you know what? As an auditor, I need to have all that information. As an auditor for the federal government, I need to make sure that if somebody here is illegal, I need to know. Yeah, I need to know. Let me see what's the name of the let me see, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. An official website of the United States government. Yep. Okay, good. Here we go. Here we go. So, employers, organizations, or third-party submitters can verify Social Security numbers for wage reporting purposes only. Wage reporting purposes only. Social Security offers two options to verify Social Security numbers. The Social Security Number Verification Service, this free online service allows registered users to verify that the names and Social Security numbers of hired employees match Social Security's records. And that's what they're afraid of, that they're not going to match. That tells me that they're hiding something, okay? The other says the consent-based Social Security Number Verification Service. This fee-based Social Security Number Verification Service is available to enroll private companies, state and local government agencies to provide instant automated verification and can handle large volume requests. If I want to check my credit report, I need to give 3 companies or any company that reports my credit bureau score. I need to give them my full Social Security number. I need to give them multiple addresses where I have lived. They need to have my full name, nicknames, or any name that I've got alias under. They need to have all this information so that I can get my information. You think that's a lie? Well, why don't you look it up yourself? Here, let me go ahead and show you the website. I don't understand why the hell you said it was a lie. I don't understand. An official website of the United States government. There is that. Right? So if we have Doge and they're auditing, which they found billions of dollars, I mean, let's remember that Elon Musk was pissed because Trump used that to go ahead and support other programs that were benefiting for us, the American people. Now, I'm okay with any president using billions of dollars to get their agenda across. But there has to be, at some point, show me what we're getting out of it. Now, I'm going to give you an example. Why do I support President Donald Trump? You guys already know that when we were helping Ukraine, right? $196 billion. This is funny because I had this leftist guy come through my live feed on my phone, and he was talking about that, and I said, well, what about Biden giving $196 billion to Ukraine? And he says, you're an idiot, Azel, and whatever, right? And he says, that was not cash. That was missiles and other things. And I'm like, bro, I didn't insult you. I just put that on there. And here's my reply, because he's like, oh, show me some proof about that. And so I replied, well, I never saw my reply come into his feed. And so he started insulting me like I was afraid to give him information, but I already sent that information. So I try to be mindful with you guys when you guys don't reply to my questions. And sorry if I ever go off on you because of that stupidity. But I said what Trump has done is this. Anything that Biden and any other president has done in the past is just, here's a check, here's a check, here's a check, here's a check. And they've done nothing to replenish that check being given. It was nothing replenishing that cash given out. There was nothing replenishing those missiles given out. There was nothing replenishing the information, the intel, etc. that we're sharing with some of the people in the world. And my point is, when Trump comes in and he spends $1 trillion, right, for a budget, 2, 3, maybe $4 trillion, and people are like, oh my God, he's destroying the economy. But they never mention the agreements that we have, over $19 trillion. It's not from night to morning. Right now, we are waiting. Tax season is coming very soon, my friends. Very soon. And I can't wait to do my taxes. I might have to ask for some assistance, some professional assistance, because The big, beautiful bill. Now, I don't know what it looks like, okay? But when I do my taxes, I do my taxes with a certain carrier. But I don't know what it's going to look like. But I want you guys to remember to keep in mind what is going to be on this tax season. Number one, no Social Security taxes, right? So no taxes on Social Security. If they has anybody gotten a Social Security? Not to say that you're just skimming, but if you are retired, have you gotten a Social Security check yet this month? And the reason why I ask, did they take taxes off of that? I want to know. I don't receive one, so I don't know. So if anybody knows, it either you or somebody else that gets Social Security, you can tell me if you or they got taxes taken out. Okay, so what I do know is the big, beautiful bill is retrofit, meaning that every tax, only on retiree though, not on disability Social Security. I don't believe it covers that, okay? But I believe it's only for retiree. You're supposed to be able to deduct that from your taxes. Okay, thank you, SoCal. Okay, so this year when you do your taxes, you're supposed to be able to deduct that from your taxes, okay? The way that it works is this. If you get about up to $75,000 a year, which I doubt, but if you get up to $75,000, you can deduct a $6,000 from your taxes, okay? If it's a couple, I think it's $120,000. And you can deduct $12,000 off of that. So that's something to look forward to, right? Okay. The other thing is no tax on tips. Now, depending on the industry, okay, I don't know what some tips will be considered if they qualify or not, but they were talking about waiters or servers, right? Those kind of tips. And I believe that there is a limit because there is some industries where you get a lot of tips, okay? So there is a limit of how much you can deduct for that so-called no taxes on tips. The other thing is if you buy a car, American Ensemble, they say, okay? They say, let's see, cutting edge, you state dentists put 10% tax in silver and gold. Yeah, never gets old. There you go, never gets old. Let's see. It would be 150 if it's 75. What the hell does that mean, Mr. Ethan? I missed it. I guess I could look it up, but I don't want to. I will have to go look it up if it doesn't make sense. Okay. Now, with that being said, if your car was made in the United States of America, fifth shower. Sorry, Samuel, you're gonna be one squeaky clean mofo. For example, my car, made in America, Grand Cherokee, baby, and limited. My car was made in Michigan, I think. No, Chicago, somewhere. Was it Chicago? I think it's Chicago is what it said on the paperwork. Okay, so I can deduct up to $10,000 on interest payments, meaning that this only goes to 25. So when I bought it in 24, it was brand new, but those taxes, the interest that I paid in 24, they don't count. Only 2025. Okay. So as you know, as you're paying your loan, the interest that they take from your payments that you're making is less interest and more towards the base of the loan. Okay. I think that's what it's called, the base of the loan. And so whatever interest I have paid in 2025, up to $10,000, I should be able to deduct on my tax returns. Now, because I left my other job and I'm doing this for a living now, which is less than half of the money that I was making with my actual job, full-time job, which, by the way, if the whole candidacy doesn't work and I get beaten or whatever, I will go back to full-time job and do this at nighttime. With that being said, okay, so I am looking forward to tax season because I think tax season is going to benefit a lot of people. A lot of people. Let me see. What else am I missing on that? So no tax on tips. Okay, no tax on overtime. That one is probably not going to be as good. Not as good as we thought, because at first, when I looked at the big, beautiful bill and I was reading it, I thought that, if I work 40 hours, any hour after that, it's overtime pay. But I thought that, for example, let's go small. Let's say you're making $10 an hour, okay? Overtime will be time and a half, meaning that you're going to make $15 an hour, okay? So I thought that you get no taxes on the whole 15. But no, the 8 hours are still considered regular 8 hours. What is not taxed is that 0.5, that extra pay for overtime. So that's the big difference, okay? And I don't know how much benefit that's going to be, to be honest. But nonetheless, that's the information that I got. Now, when I'm checking on the website for Washington State, Secretary of State in Washington, everything that I have found out about submitting my name into for the candidate filing, it seems like everything is on point. We have everything that we need. I do have to figure out who my team is going to be. Hopefully, we can figure that out not too long ago. Not too long from now. All right, so there you go. That's the website, but you can check verify Social Security numbers. I don't know if this is the same website or if there was another website, but employers, before they hire somebody, they used to have to run their Social Security number of the person that was applying for the job. And if they didn't, they wouldn't get hired, because there used to be, and I got to find out, there used to be a $10,000 fine for any employer that hired an illegal immigrant, meaning that Social Security that they have, even if it's a legit Social Security number, if it's not approved or authorized for work, they don't get hired, and they get fined $10,000 if they hire them. Now, on the other hand, that allows ICE agents to figure out that this illegal immigrant is applying for a job using this Social Security number, which is fraud, and that is a felony, and so they get immediately deportation orders. Their due process is go to the immigration court, boom, this is just to let you know that you're getting deported right now. That's it. That's the due process. Okay, so there is no, you're illegal, let's see if we can give you some asylum. That's not due process. So if the system on blue states and cities, I'm sure they're sanctuary cities, so they don't enforce that anymore. Okay, but in the early 2000s, that was still a thing, and I believe the law hasn't changed. They just are not enforcing it at all. So let me see, what is this? Ethan says it's not. No tax after 2,080 hours. What do you mean? Every state's different, okay? I don't know what the hell that means. Let's see, AXA. Hey, welcome back, AXA. The illegal worker should also get $10,000 fine, and we should make them pay it even when they are back in their own country. AXA, that's too much. That's too much. They don't have to pay that, but they do have to get deported. And I believe they can still self-deport, okay? So over 2 million people now have self-deported back to their countries. And, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. I don't know how long it's going to take for the whole illegal immigration to stop, but nonetheless, it needs to be enforced. Let me see if I got anything else to... Okay, let's go ahead. Deputy Leader of Reform in the UK has told GB News that Donald Trump acted lawfully. Let's take a look and see what they say.
This is good news for the West. Who it's uncomfortable for is the socialists and the communists and people like Putin and the Chinese communist regime, because they've been supporting Maduro, who's a huge supporter of Putin. And quite rightly, America has said, actually, he's a threat to our US interests, and that's why they've done it. They're entitled to do it under US domestic law.
Richard, it's about oil. It's about links to China.
It's all about the US national security interest, and that actually is also in our interest. For example, hopefully it'll disrupt the vast amount of cocaine that comes out of Venezuela, comes to the UK and Europe. I'm not saying it's going to solve it, but this was not a legitimate president. This was an illegitimate, brutal drugs lord.
Is it a legitimate way to remove him? I mean, has
it was a very successful way to remove him.
Of course it was successful, but there are going to be concerns. There are legal questions here.
Yeah, there's legal questions. Within US domestic law, it's clearly legal. The Commander-in-Chief can do that. Within the UN international law, Article 51, you can legally apply self-defence. There's a question as to whether or not other states were unwilling or unable to do the necessary. Look, lawyers can argue it. The reality is that the people who will be anxious and uncomfortable about this are the communists in China and Putin in Russia.
That's for you, Samuel. Enjoy, my friend. Thanks for the super chat, Cutting Edge. What you got? This breaking of yesterday, the civilians in Iran have taken weapons from the regime. Yep. The Islamic police have lost control of the capital. That is true. I wasn't talking about Iran, but fine, since you're bringing it up. I believe that, what's his name? What's his name? I forgot the name of the Iranian regime leader. I believe he's thinking about fleeing the country with, what was it? How many maids? Like 18 maids or 20 maids or something like that. You know, I don't know how much money this guy is going to try to steal from the Iranian people, but I don't think that people want him alive. Let me just tell you that. Now, I don't think that, you're welcome, Samuel. I don't think that people want to stay Muslims in Iran. I mean, you know, if they get rid of Sharia law and the jihadists and all this crap, and why not? You know, let them practice whatever. Yeah, Khamenei. Let them practice their religion. And I am, guys. People don't listen to me when I talk. They always just come in with some hate. They don't listen to me when I talk. When I'm talking about Islam, when I talk about Muslims, okay, I don't care if the religion says, you know, that Muhammad was a pedophile and a bird. I don't care. As long as they don't do it. I don't care. I already believe that Islam is a false religion made up from the Torah and Christianity, the Bible. I don't care. What I care about is that they respect our laws. For example, I believe there was it a state? No, it wasn't a state. It was a European country. Denmark prohibits the burqas, you know, the whole covering the whole body or whatever. They prohibit that in Denmark, and if they don't want to assimilate, they can leave. So they're not allowing them to follow that part of their cultural tradition. And I think that that is a good thing, you know, and it's the way that it should be. You know what Muslims say? That if a country does not allow them to practice their religion, you know what they said? They would leave. Well, there you go. I think we should amend the First Amendment right. Let me take a look here. I do have a couple of things that I want to watch. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and listen to it's a 9-minute. Here we go. Let me see. I think Mandani has a message for my leftist friends. Let's see what he got. Don't worry, guys. We're going to be here for a little bit. Let's take a listen and see what Mandani is talking about here.
Where it is addressed, or a report is drafted from which policy will be devised and crafted, and where New Yorkers have the opportunity to shape their democracy and its outcomes. And this is only the beginning of our work to transform the housing landscape and the lives of tenants across New York. We revitalize craft policy recommendations that we will then implement and deliver across the city.
And have you spoken to Trump again about Maduro or what's happening in Venezuela?
No, the conversation that we had was the one before yesterday's press conference. Hey, Dan. How's it going?
You, on the issue of... Let me address that, Ethan. Yeah, so the First Amendment gives us the freedom of speech and freedom of religion. The freedom of religion, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with anybody practicing any religion, but if they want to practice the Muslim religion, for example, they have to, it cannot interfere with the law of the land. So Sharia law does that. The jihadist does that. If they don't want to assimilate to the Western civilization, to the Western culture, they can bring some of those religions, beliefs with them, but they have to assimilate with the rest of Western civilization. And that means that they cannot wear the burqa. I think that's what the name is, right? The dress that they wear. They cannot be covering their faces like that. I know. There's a lot of people that cover their faces, etc., because they're sick or Antifa, right, trying to cause some problems. But that's exactly what they do it. They do it to cause problems, not to be confused with ICE agents who are trying to protect their face and identity so that they can protect their families from being doxxed. These people are evil, okay? They don't respect the law. They definitely don't respect us. So these people are crazy, okay? I hope that makes sense, right? So if any religion calls for death of Americans, do you think that religion should be allowed in this country? And most importantly, should any member of Congress make an oath over that fake book? Think about that answer, okay? Let me know. By the way, he swore not on the Bible, but on the Quran, just so you know. The Bible does not permit pedophilia. It does not permit a prophet to be it doesn't permit for a self-nominated prophet who is a pedophile and a murderer, does not allow blasphemy or false prophets, which Muhammad is. The Bible allows you to question it. The Bible allows you to try to figure out what's right or what's wrong. All those things. The Quran does not allow you to do that. Okay? Just keep that in mind. If you want to believe, blindly on something, do it. But other than that, I think that any religion that rewards people from causing harm to Americans should not be accepted. I don't respect Islam.
And those same New Yorkers know that too often, if they can find a home that they can afford, there is likely a reason they can afford it. Roaches and rats, heat that never turns on, elevators that are always out of order.
Let me tell you something, Hammer. We have a freedom of speech in this country. So don't tell me not to disrespect Islam, because Islam does not respect Christianity, especially when Christianity was the foundation of our Constitution in this country. Islam didn't do shit for this country. So if you don't like that, why don't you go back to an Islam country and stay there? This is still the majority a Christian country. So I don't care. You guys burn our Bibles. You guys burn our flags. We don't give a shit about Islam.
Bad landlords who take their money and yet never respond to requests for repairs. A dignified life does not just mean having a roof over your head. It means that you don't feel uncomfortable or unsafe in your own home. It means that your money buys you what you paid for. It means that a bad landlord is not allowed to rip you off with impunity. Today, I am proud to appoint Dina Levy as my Commissioner of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. My commissioner will lead with a very simple remit, delivering affordable housing and dignity to New Yorkers. For anyone in the housing world, Dina's reputation precedes her. Her resume alone tells a story of both service and achievement. Senior Vice President of Home Ownership and Community Development.
The reason why I don't care is because Islam or Muslims don't respect Christianity. So don't bring that in here, okay? I don't know if you're a Muslim, so just shut the hell up and let us do what we need to do. What I want to hear from this guy right now, it's not just a promise, but I want to hear how he is going to make this affordable, right? Because anybody can say that, but what I want to hear is, what are you going to do to make it affordable, right? Damn, Samuel, you're going to be shining like a mofo.
Development at the Department of Homes and Community Renewal, senior advisor to the New York Attorney General, director of organizing at the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board. But I'm more interested, frankly, in the story that so many working people tell about her. For decades, Dina has been fighting on behalf of tenants as an organizer, an advocate in both government and outside of it. Dina is a true force, the kind of person you are so glad to have on your side and the one that you're terrified if she's on the other side. There are countless tenants in this building today who still call this building home, only thanks to Dina's advocacy. After all, the story of 1520 Sedgwick didn't end when DJ Kool Herc played his last track. For decades, this building was a triumph of affordable housing, so beautiful that its tenants described it like a hotel. But when it exited Mitchell Lama in the 2000s, its new landlord plunged it into decay and neglect, forcing immediate maintenance issues. The situation was getting worse and likely would have entered a terminal spiral were it not for Dina. She organized the tenants. She advocated on their behalf. And when they bought the mortgage with the help of a $5.6 million loan from HPD, they reclaimed control over their own homes and their own futures.
Aksa, that is true, but Democrats are doing that all across the border already. Remember, I don't know if you heard, remember that the gas company Valero, they're leaving California, and they're thinking about the second location in California to leave, and they're taking a $1 billion exit loss because they don't want to be in California no more. So, of course, these guys, they know that their policies stink, and they're going to force all the rich people out of there. Some of the rich people, you know, if they find that they can take a loss on business, they might stick around. But remember, he says he's a socialist Democrat. And I want you to remember that I told you here a long time ago that he's a communist. He is going to take away business owners' properties away from them. Just watch. We'll just see. This white girl that's coming in here, is a socialist communist. They think that they're very clever and very smart. And they think that everything is going to be great because they see all this money that is in there readily available to be used just at any given time, and it's just there for the taking. They think this money doesn't run out. As wealthy as many people are, as wealthy as this country is, money does run out if you are not bringing money back in to replace that money being used. You just can't print money, right? Somebody tell me that Donald Trump is printing money. Well, you got to bring some money in. Otherwise, you're screwed.
Dina will no longer be petitioning HPD from the outside. She will now be leading it from the inside, delivering the kind of change that can transform lives. Her leadership is the kind that New Yorkers have not known for far too long. Leadership unafraid to confront those who have mistreated our neighbors for too long. Leadership that travels to every corner of our city to expose wrongdoing, and leadership that understands that no longer can the Bronx be a forgotten borough in this city of five. And so, as I am so excited to announce Dina as our new commissioner, I also want to say thank you to the incredible elected officials who have joined us here today, elected officials who have also embodied that kind of leadership in their work, whether it be in the state legislature or whether it be in leading the entirety of this borough. And I am also proud to announce that I will be signing an executive order directing HPD to work alongside the Department of Buildings, the newly invigorated Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, and our newly created Office of Mass Engagement to hold rental ripoff hearings across all We will hold these rental ripoff hearings across all 5 boroughs within the first 100 days of this administration. New Yorkers will be invited to participate and to share the realities that animate their daily lives. I want these hearings to expose the ugly underbelly of our city, the rats that scurry through hallways, the children that shiver in their beds in the dead of winter because the heat is off, the fees imposed on pregnant mothers because of the fear that their babies may be too loud. I want these hearings to draw attention to homes like the one I visited on my first day as mayor. Homes where you can peel flimsy tiles off the walls. Homes where the pipes drip and rust. Homes where roaches scuttle across the floor. Homes where when you ask the tenant who lives there, when did this issue begin? They tell you it was when their oldest born was just a few years old. And when you ask them of their age today, they say it's more than 20 years old. I want New Yorkers who have long been ignored by their landlords to finally be heard by our city government. These are not just listening sessions. These will be the rooms where the scope of the problem is understood, where it is addressed, where a report is drafted from which policy will be devised and crafted, and where New Yorkers have the opportunity to shape their democracy and its outcomes. And this is only the beginning of our work to transform the housing landscape and the lives of tenants across New York. We revitalized the mayor's office to protect tenants for this very reason. For too long, New Yorkers have felt alone in their city, with nowhere to turn to when they're ripped off or neglected. That legacy of abandonment ends today. Let this moment be evidence of what our new future will look like. A city where New Yorkers can turn to their leaders and see that they now have champions who care about them, listen to them, and wake up every morning honored to work for them. And I want to just say thank you to Assemblymember Days, to State Senator Robert Jackson, and to our borough president, Vanessa Gibson, because for too long, it has only been local officials who have sounded the alarm. And today, we announce a city government that is ready to be there in the same. Thank you.
Can you tell us more about these hearings? Is the purpose to publicly shame landlords? Could there be repercussions and fines afterwards?
These are hearings that will give New Yorkers an opportunity to testify in person as to the struggles that they have had to deal with, oftentimes in isolation. And what we want is a first-of-its-kind cross-agency effort such that tenants are not only able to testify as to the ways in which they are being ripped off, but also that this be used as an opportunity to craft policy recommendations that we will then implement and deliver across the city.
And have you spoken to Trump again about Maduro or what's happening in Venezuela?
No, the conversation that we had was the one before yesterday's press conference.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. How's it going?
You, on the issue of being briefed, you said it was your staff that who briefed you. Just to be correct, you don't have federal security clearance yet, and has anyone from a federal agency reached out to you or members of your team to begin the vetting to get federal security clearance?
That briefing, yes, was conducted by my team, and the question of federal security clearance is one that's ongoing.
So, do you have it right now?
No, not as yet.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Your predecessor recently vetoed several housing-related bills passed by the City Council that would add more requirements for city-funded development. Those are the ones that would impose like more higher percentage of family units and then like make more units available for low-income New Yorkers. The Adams administration's big argument against them has been that they would worsen the affordable housing crisis and like by adding more red tape and stuff like that. What's your position on the bills? And do you think the City Council should override the vetoes?
I have made clear my concerns around the term sheet legislation. Those are concerns that I've shared prior and shared in public. And what it comes back to is also what drives today's announcement and the excitement around it, is that we have an opportunity in front of us to not only deliver on the promises that we have made over the course of this campaign, but also to tackle the housing crisis. And in order to do so, we have to be able to build at scale across the 5 boroughs. And I'm so excited to have with me the commissioner of HPD, the head of DOB, the head of DCWP, my deputy mayor for housing and planning, elected officials, so many who will be a key part of delivering on this.
Yeah, right here.
Donnie, how are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I got two quick questions. So the first one is about Maduro. You said you called the invasion and the arrest. If I could just pull up real quick. You said it was a violation of federal and international law. Do you plan to use any of the city's resources to interfere with the prosecution or anything like that?
This is a federal action on a federal timeline, and I owe it to New Yorkers to deliver for them across the 5 boroughs and also to be honest and straightforward about my own thoughts on this.
And the second thing, real quick. The fare rises tomorrow. When are those free buses coming?
Fair rise today.
Fair rise today?
This is
Oh, my God.
fair rises today. Gotta get it right, brother. Look, when the fare was $2.90, 1 in 5 New Yorkers were being priced out of it. We know that for so many New Yorkers, public transit is increasingly becoming out of reach. That is why at the heart of our campaign was a commitment to make the slowest buses in America fast and to make them free. And that will continue to animate our work. It will continue to be one of the central commitments of our administration. And that is work that we will be doing in tandem with Albany and our state partners there.
Because I can't keep bumming rides off my friends anymore.
Look, I have said when we ran this campaign on freezing the rent for rent-stabilized tenants, on making buses fast and free, on delivering universal childcare, I have said that by the time I am done being mayor, those will have been delivered. 52 years ago, on a hot summer night, a new sound emerged from the first floor community room at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue where we stand today. New York is where greatness so often is born. And on that August evening, greatness was born in the Bronx. The hip-hop that millions of people around the world listen to all came from this Mitchell Lama building, where DJ Kool Herc played a new kind of music at a party he organized, so his little sister would have money to buy new clothes for school. That greatness was only possible because this was a city where working people could afford a home, and with it the joy and creativity that a stable home can foster. When New Yorkers can afford a home, New Yorkers can afford to make great art. And when New Yorkers can afford a home, New Yorkers can afford to be themselves. But as many working people know, it is increasingly impossible to find an affordable home in New York City, to build a dignified life without earning hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. And those same New Yorkers know that too often, if they can find a home that they can afford, there is likely a reason they can afford it. Roaches and rats, heat that never turns on, elevators that are always out of order, bad landlords who take their money and yet never respond to requests for repairs. A dignified life does not just mean having a roof over your head. It means that you don't feel uncomfortable or unsafe in your own home. It means that your money buys you what you paid for. It means that a bad landlord is not allowed to rip you off with impunity. Today, I am proud to appoint Dina Levy as my Commissioner of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. My commissioner will lead with a very simple remit, delivering affordable housing and dignity to New Yorkers. For anyone in the housing world, Dina's reputation precedes her. Her resume alone tells a story of both service and achievement. Senior Vice President of Home Ownership and Community Development at the Department of Homes and Community Renewal. Senior Advisor to the New York Attorney General. Director of Organizing at the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board. But I'm more interested, frankly, in the story that so many working people tell about her. For decades, Dina has been fighting on behalf of tenants as an organizer, an advocate in both government and outside of it. Dina is a true force, the kind of person you are so glad to have on your side and the one that you're terrified if she's on the other side. There are countless tenants in this building today who still call this building home, only thanks to Dina's advocacy. After all, the story of 1520 Sedgwick didn't end when DJ Kool Herc played his last track. For decades, this building was a triumph of affordable housing, so beautiful that its tenants described it like a hotel. But when it exited Mitchell Lama in the 2000s, its new landlord plunged it into decay and neglect, forcing immediate maintenance issues. The situation was getting worse and likely would have entered a terminal spiral were it not for Dina. She organized the tenants. She advocated on their behalf. And when they bought the mortgage with the help of a $5.6 million loan from HPD, they reclaimed control over their own homes and their own futures. Dina will no longer be petitioning HPD from the outside. She will now be leading it from the inside, delivering the kind of change that can transform lives. Her leadership is the kind that New Yorkers have not known for far too long. Leadership unafraid to confront those who have mistreated our neighbors for too long. Leadership that travels to every corner of our city to expose wrongdoing. And leadership that understands that no longer can the Bronx be a forgotten borough in this city of five. And so, as I am so excited to announce Dina as our new commissioner, I also want to say thank you to the incredible elected officials who have joined us here today, elected officials who have also embodied that kind of leadership in their work, whether it be in the state legislature or whether it be in leading the entirety of this borough. And I am also proud to announce that I will be signing an executive order directing HPD to work alongside the Department of Buildings, the newly invigorated Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, and our newly created Office of Mass Engagement to hold rental ripoff hearings across all... We will hold these rental ripoff hearings across all 5 boroughs within the first 100 days of this administration. New Yorkers will be invited to participate and to share the realities that animate their daily lives. I want these hearings to expose the ugly underbelly of our city. The rats that scurry through hallways, the children that shiver in their beds in the dead of winter because the heat is off, the fees imposed on pregnant mothers because of the fear that their babies may be too loud. I want these hearings to draw attention to homes like the one I visited on my first day as mayor. Homes where you can peel flimsy tiles off the walls. Homes where the pipes drip and rust. Homes where roaches scuttle across the floor. Homes where when you ask the tenant who lives there, when did this issue begin? They tell you it was when their oldest born was just a few years old. And when you ask them of their age today, they say it's more than 20 years old. I want New Yorkers who have long been ignored by their landlords to finally be heard by our city government. These are not just listening sessions. These will be the rooms where the scope of the problem is understood, where it is addressed, where a report is drafted from which policy will be devised and crafted, and where New Yorkers have the opportunity to shape their democracy and its outcomes. And this is only the beginning of our work to transform the housing landscape and the lives of tenants across New York. We revitalized the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants for this very reason. For too long, New Yorkers have felt alone in their city, with nowhere to turn to when they're ripped off or neglected. That legacy of abandonment ends today. Let this moment be evidence of what our new future will look like. A city where New Yorkers can turn to their leaders and see that they now have champions who care about them, listen to them, and wake up every morning honored to work for them. And I want to just say thank you to Assemblymember Days, to State Senator Robert Jackson, and to our borough president, Vanessa Gibson, because for too long, it has only been local officials who have sounded the alarm. And today, we announce a city government that is ready to be there in the same. Thank you.
Can you tell us more about these hearings? Is the purpose to publicly shame landlords? Could there be repercussions and fines afterwards?
These are hearings that will give New Yorkers an opportunity to testify in person as to the struggles that they have had to deal with oftentimes in isolation. And what we want is a first-of-its-kind cross-agency effort such that tenants are not only able to testify as to the ways in which they are being ripped off, but also that this be used as an opportunity to craft policy recommendations that we will then implement and deliver across the city.
And have you spoken to Trump again about Maduro or what's happening in Venezuela?
No, the conversation that we had was the one before yesterday's press conference. Hey, Dan. How's it going?
You, on the issue of being briefed, you said it was your staff that briefed you. Just to be correct, you don't have federal security clearance yet, and has anyone from a federal agency reached out to you or members of your team to begin the vetting to get federal security clearance?
That briefing, yes, was conducted by my team, and the question of federal security clearance is one that's ongoing.
So, do you have it right
now?
No,
not as yet.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Your predecessor recently vetoed several housing-related bills passed by the City Council that would add more requirements for city-funded development. Those are the ones that would impose like more higher percentage of family units and then like make more units available for low-income New Yorkers. The Adams administration's big argument against them has been that they would worsen the affordable housing crisis and like by adding more red tape and stuff like that. What's your position on the bills? And do you think the City Council should override the vetoes?
I have made clear my concerns around the term sheet legislation. Those are concerns that I've shared prior and shared in public. And what it comes back to is also what drives today's announcement and the excitement around it, is that we have an opportunity in front of us to not only owe it to New Yorkers to deliver for them across the 5 boroughs, and also to be honest and straightforward about my own thoughts on this.
And the second thing, real quick, the fare rises tomorrow. When are those free buses coming?
Fair rise today.
Fair rise today?
This is
God.
fair rise today. Gotta get it right, brother. Look, when the fare was $2.90, 1 in 5 New Yorkers were being priced.
Requirements.
All right, I think it's repeating a loop because you already answered that question the same way. All right, well, there's your New York mayor. Let's switch gears up in here and let's see what we have on my X account. I got a couple of videos that I've shared. What is this guy? I don't know what this guy is.
Hold on, man. What you said what?
You can take a picture from the sidewalk. That's not
this private property?
Yeah, that's not trespassing.
Hey, I'm just trying to enroll my kid.
Just letting you know.
Can I enroll my kid? His name's Abdi. Abdi. Can I get papers?
Come back to us when we're open on regular hours and we'll work with you guys.
It's 3:48 on a Tuesday. This is.
Come back when we're open with regular hours. 3:48. These guys are still playing the fraud victim. People are racist towards them. Unbelievable. Let's see. I did get something in here. What happened? Where did it go? Let's go ahead and go here. Let me see what this is. I haven't listened to
more and more vaccines for children every year. They've gone from 23 doses for 7 diseases in 1980 to more than 80 doses for 18 diseases now. That's a huge number of vaccines. Many parents are concerned that they're injecting their young, innocent children with a lot of medicines. They're not sure about the risks and benefits of all these. And many people have been asking questions. We've been looking at this all year. We've had the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices do deep considerations of the safety record for certain vaccines. And the president last month asked me to consider what other countries are doing. He noticed that some other very developed countries recommend fewer vaccines for a lot of their children, and it seemed worth talking to them and seeing what their logic was. So I had the pleasure of having good conversations with health ministries, my counterparts in Germany and Denmark and Japan. Also talked with our career vaccine scientists at FDA and CDC. And a lot of our scientists wrote a long formal assessment recommending that we converge United States recommendations on the consensus recommendation vaccines of other countries. And I just signed a decision memo today doing that.
There you go, Margaret. You guys probably didn't even listen to that shit, did you? Look at this. Oh my goodness, what is this? Horrible. New studies offer surprising answer. Trump's tariffs haven't caused the surge in prices that many economists predicted. Economists, you guys are a bunch of losers. If I have some economists in here and tell me that that's a lie, you guys flunked your classes. Here's a nice little tweet from our POTUS. Minnesota's corrupt governor will possibly leave office before his term is up. But in any event, will not be running again because he was caught red-handed, along with Ilhan Omar and others of his Somali friends, stealing tens of billions of taxpayer dollars. I feel certain the facts will come out and they will reveal a seriously unscrupulous and rich group of slime balls. Governor Walz has destroyed the state of Minnesota, but others like Governor Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Kathy Hochul have done, in my opinion, an even more dishonest and incompetent job. No one is above the law. Remember that, tards? All you libtards out there that kept throwing that in our face? Well, what goes around comes around, baby. Oh, look at this. What is this? Americans saving billions at the pump. Most of you, you guys are not here, but most of the libtards are actually wanting China and Russia and Iran to get that oil instead of us for some reason. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to go ahead and take a little break from my X account because, man, where did she go? Did I have her? Let me see. Where did I put you, lady? Let me see. Where did she go? I don't want to lose that. I got something for y'all. All right, I'm going to have to go look at my history so I can get her back on here. Let me see if I can find her. Here we go. I think this is the one. So,
thank you. So then we open up for questions. And the first question comes from...
Now, I'm sure by now, most people should know who this one is. This is Maria Machado, the legitimate president of Venezuela. Just to give you a little cap. We took out dictator Nicolas Maduro and his twin corrupted dictator, tyrannical partner in crime, Delcy, is the vice president who is now temporarily the president. We will try to deal with her in a timely manner. We are going to be in charge of Venezuela. Why, you ask? Well, first of all, I think that President Trump was right about having the crown prince of Iran take over Iran, and people didn't listen. So a lot of batshit crazy stuff has happened because they don't listen to President Donald Trump. With that being said, we need to take a step at a time, little by little, make sure we got things right. And then when the time is right, I'm sure the Venezuelan people are going to have a democratic election. And then the people can choose who they want to be led by. And I can guarantee you that after having 70% of Venezuelans vote for this lady right here, I am very confident that they will vote for her again, especially after she has proven to really be the Nobel Peace Prize winner by protecting her people, by reaching out to President Donald Trump for some help. President Donald Trump listened to her. She made an offer, which is the same counter offer that Nicolas Maduro made to us, but we'd rather get it from the legitimate Venezuelan president and the people. So in the meantime, we are going to be using the oil that has been captured. We'll be using those oilers, those tankers, to bring oil that we're going to pump from Venezuela. We're going to use that so that we can use it as payment, so that we don't use our own oil for all the fuel that we have been using on these attacks on Venezuela's dictator. The war is on drugs, not on Venezuela. We love Venezuelans. The ones that we have been deporting from this country are the ones that Nicolas Maduro sent over here from the mental institutes and the jails that he emptied out into the United States of America. It was like wolves disguised as sheep that came and filtered their way into our country through using of all the legitimate illegal immigrants. I didn't know how else to put that in there. I mean, it's not really legitimate, but you know what I'm saying? Like people that are actually, forget it. Let's just listen to what she says.
The Norwegian broadcaster TV2.
So, Fares Shamdid from TV2 Norway. I have a question for you, Maria Corina Machado. You arrived just a few hours ago and you got to reunite with your family in a very long time. How was that first meeting and how has your first hours in Oslo been? Thank you.
I couldn't sleep last night, going over and over again that first instant when I saw my children. And for many weeks, I had been thinking of that possibility and which one of them I would hug first. And to tell you something, I hugged them, the three at the same time, and it's been one of the most extraordinary spiritual moments of my life. And that happened in Oslo, so I'm very grateful to this city, something I will never forget, because at the end, I'm just one of millions of Venezuelan mothers that are longing to embrace their children and are not able to do that. That brings us together. And I made a promise to them. I would come here on their behalf to receive the prize, and I will take that prize back to them, because we will make it what I experienced hours ago. We will make it a reality for every one of them, those that have their children in jail, persecuted, in exile. We will make that happen.
The next question comes from the Swedish broadcaster, Sveriges Radio.
Hello, David Rasmus on Swedish Radio. Yesterday, the US seized a ship outside the coast of Venezuela. Would you welcome a US military intervention in Venezuela?
Look, some people talk about invasion in Venezuela, the threat of an invasion in Venezuela, and I answered, Venezuela has been already invaded. We have the Russian agents, we have the Iranian agents, we have terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, operating freely in accordance with the regime. We have the Colombian guerrilla, the drug cartels that have taken over 60% of our populations, and not only involved in drug trafficking, but in human trafficking, in networks of prostitution. So this has turned Venezuela into the criminal hub of the Americas. And what sustained the regime is a very powerful and funded, strongly funded repression system. Where does that funds come from? Well, from drug trafficking, from the black market of oil, from arms trafficking, for human trafficking. We need to cut those flows. And once it happens and repression is weakened, it's over, because that's the only thing the regime has left, violence and terror. So we ask the international community to cut those sources, because the other regimes that support Maduro and the criminal structure are very active and had turned Venezuela into the safe haven for their operations into the rest of Latin America. Thank you.
The next question comes from the Norwegian broadcaster NRK.
From Norwegian Broadcasting. You have had meetings with politicians at the Norwegian Parliament and Prime Minister Støre this morning. Have you asked for any kind of support from the Norwegian government for your fight for democracy in Venezuela?
We had a great conversation this morning, and I am very excited also with what I experienced at the Parliament. I am a former member of the Parliament, and to see an actual Parliament working, with representatives of parties in all the spectrum, passionately and respectfully defending their views is something I means so much. And yes, the answer is yes. Not only right now, we need to speak out, to tell the truth, so that people understand what our country is suffering, what our political prisoners are going through. Children in Venezuela only go twice a week to public schools because teachers earn $1 a day. So they have to get other jobs. So we have our children in the streets, and you know what it means in terms of their future and the risks they run. So yes, we need to speak out. We need to cut these resources that support repression now, but also we will need a lot of ideas and advice regarding, building up institutions such as the energy agency that we want to build in Venezuela for the new hydrocarbon sector that will, arise in our country.
Can I just follow up to say that the laureate does not have to ask for that support, because we respect the will of the Venezuelan people, and that is clear. They expressed under very difficult circumstances their views in an election, which gave, according to all sources, international and domestic, overwhelming response. They want another course. They want a democratic regime. And for Norway, respecting the rule of law and the main principles of the UN Charter is key. So we want to see that change happen. I think what we learned from these days, talking to not only Venezuelan guests but also representatives of Latin America, is that you need a combination of what comes from inside and what comes from outside. And we are from outside, and we are of course ready to support Venezuela, democratic Venezuela, in building new and sound institutions. They can count on that.
And the last question today comes from CNN.
Hi, Maria Corina. I'm Pau Mosquera with CNN. So now you've been in hiding for many, many months. Do you think that the government may have known where were you during this time?
I don't think they have known where I have been, and certainly they would have done everything to stop me from coming here. And actually, I want to take advantage of your question to thank all those men and women that risked their lives so that I could be here today. One day I will be able to tell you, because certainly I don't want to put them in risk right now. It was quite an experience, but I think it's worthwhile being here with you, telling the world what's happening in Venezuela, what it means to you as Norwegians and as Europeans or from all the places where you come from, why Venezuela matters for the world. I mean, when you fight for freedom, you're fighting for humanity. And when we win, because we will, this will be an extraordinary example for those countries that today do not have freedom and that people are telling them what we used to hear, that it was impossible to achieve it. And we decided to fight.
They got tired of her too emotional. All right, I got two more things to show you guys, but I want you to listen to this one, okay? This one is from your favorite puppeteer of Trump. This is the guy that controls Trump all the time. Here we go.
Europeans are not silent. They are upset about being sidelined from the talks on a Ukraine peace deal. But I want to note that nobody sidelined them. They sidelined themselves. For a time, we had close contacts with them, then they abruptly cut ties with Russia. That was their own initiative, because they adopted the idea of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia, and judging by everything, they still live in that illusion. Seeing that they don't like today's results, they have started obstructing the current U.S. administration and President Trump from achieving peace through negotiations. They themselves refused peace talks, and now they are hindering President Trump. Thirdly, they have no peace agenda. They are on the side of war. Even when they claim to introduce changes to Trump's proposal, we can clearly see all these changes are aimed at one thing: to block the entire peace process. They put forward demands that are absolutely unacceptable for Russia, and they know it. The goal is to later blame Russia for the end of the peace process. Therefore, if they want to return to reality, based on the situation on the ground, as they say, then by all means we are open to that. We are not planning to fight Europe, I have said this 100 times. But if Europe suddenly decides to wage war against us and starts it, we are ready right now. There can be no doubt about that. The question is, if Europe starts a war with us, I believe that very quickly. This is not Ukraine. With Ukraine, we act in a surgical, careful way. You understand, right? It is not war in the full modern sense of the word. If Europe chooses to start a war, the situation can very quickly reach a point where there will be no one left for us to negotiate with. Europeans are not silent. They are upset about being sidelined from the talks.
There you go. Keep talking shit. You guys are going to be taken out. I'm going to tell you right now, ain't nobody messing with the United States of America. Now, they can go ahead and talk all the crap that they want to talk, but the fact is that we are achieving peace through strength. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the actual people in Venezuela who are being liberated every day that this administration keeps doing what they're doing, you cannot deny that is a good cause. That is putting America first. Sometimes daddy got to go outside. They got to go to work. Even though daddy got to keep the house in peace, daddy got to keep in order, daddy got to be disciplined in the house, daddy has to go to work. And that means leaving the house. Okay? Just in case you guys didn't know that the president has to do that. Daddy Trump will take care of you. Just stop pouting. Stop throwing a fit. Stop being all negative. Stop being rebellious. You already lost democracy. We won democracy. So just shut the hell up, get out the way, and let us do our job. With that being said, I'm very interested about this next one here. I haven't seen this. I want to see what they say about this. I don't care about their music. Well, that was useless. You know, the thumbnails looked pretty nice, but that was pretty damn useless. So I'm going to tell you something since, yeah. So I'm going to tell you something. Sorry about the video. That doesn't mean anything. So I'm going to tell you something. So people want to have their cake at the party and eat it too. And that's not how it works. I'm going to tell you something. You guys on the left that keep bringing up shit to just make President Trump look bad. You guys live in the past. You cannot let go of shit. You don't want to help, and yet you don't let us work. What is the deal? just, man, you had all this time with Biden to take care of shit, and you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. So now, as I said, we won. We put President Trump in office. Just shut the hell up, get out the way, and let us do the work. We get 4 years. It's only been 1 year. By the way, I will be banning LGBTQ flags from Olympia and from schools. That's going to be nice. All right. I will say this. China, Iran, you guys already know. North Korea, throw them in there. Russia. They all were benefiting from the oil from Venezuela. So now they're butthurt because the economy is about to go down even worse. Now, I know they're butthurt, but, okay, that's it. Original Clapper, get the hell out of my chat. Blocked, banned. Bye, Felicia. Thanks for stopping by. No, not until we get it back. Not until we get it back. The rainbow cake, the flag is not, okay? Now, what I want to concentrate on is right now we need to make sure that we follow our instincts. And because of history, we have known that some of the stuff that China, Russia, North Korea, and whatever, that they've been doing is not good for us. We know, and you heard Maria Machado, that, it's not just Maduro. Hezbollah and all these other terrorists that have been trying to destroy the United States of America are involved. So I allow Brian 898 to call in, and I said, stay on topic. Thanks, Diane. Diane or Deanne? Well, thanks for the super chat. Let's see. Mr. Donald J. Trump is the very best president of the United States ever in the history of the United States. And he fights for all Americans to show love to each other and to strictly respect the rule of law. And that, my friends, is what I live by. The rule of law. So I allowed Brian 898 to call in. I said, stay on topic. We're talking about Nicolas Maduro. I said, ask me a question or give me an example about Nick. And then he goes off topic and starts talking about 1942 and then 1966 and 1743 and I don't know what the hell other dates. I said, stay on point. You don't know what that means. It means right now, why did Nicolas Maduro got taken out? Well, besides this message, which I'll find it here real quick. Where did your message go? Where is it? I gotta play it. Wait, I think it's in my X account. Besides this message here, if I can find it. Besides this message here.
Venga por mí! Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, Aquí lo esperan, Miraflores! And in support of a request from the Department of Justice, no se tarde en llegar! The United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. Cobarde!
Nicolas Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
That's right, my peoples. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, man. Okay, you guys already seen that. Oh, remember this?
The Somali community has decided to respond to
Remember this from Benny here? Real quick, watch.
the American public learning about their massive fraud schemes that total in the billions of dollars by holding a press conference where we're...
See, every single one of us that has a brain that uses common sense, we try to make sense of things, and when we find something that is not right, we'll bring it out to light, and then Democrats like to accuse us of racism, hate, Islamophobe, and I don't know what other BS that they can invent. But, well, the reality is that when you have some low IQ people committing frauds, you really don't have to do much to find out that they are a fraud.
Supposed to feel bad for them. But here's the thing. It didn't go as planned. The entire thing was a massive backfire, starting with this clip of a mother who stands there and says the truth instead of lying, and then has a literal heart attack on stage. Here we go.
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
I don't mean to judge, but she has a very tiny mouth. Very tiny mouth. Or maybe I just have a big mouth. Somebody keeps saying that I'm a big mouth Honduras guy. I am. But she got a little tiny mouth. But wait, there's more.
This is how endemic fraud is in the Somali community. You can't just say fraud is bad. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. She looks like she was about to be excommunicated for simply saying fraud is bad. And then everybody claps, and all the liberal white ladies clapping. And by the way, those liberal white ladies, they're daycare workers.
Ah, The Rock, huh? The Rock. It's too bad that I can't pause it without the... It goes black, so I can't show you, but... Yeah, right there. It's probably fake, guys. It's fake.
Somali community. You can't just say fraud is bad. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. She looks like she was about to be excommunicated for simply saying fraud is bad. And then everybody claps, and all the liberal white ladies clapping. And by the way, those liberal white ladies, they're daycare workers. One of them hopped up on the mic and did the exact same thing. Here we go.
And I do see some signs over here that say stop fraud, and I agree, stop it. There are wait lists for these programs that are years long. There is fraud. There is... fraud in the White.
Yeah, when Trump...
You can't make this up, guys. You cannot make this up. Let me tell you something. I don't understand, and this is the problem with the libtards. They don't understand when we say assimilate, speak English. This is the reason. Hammer, it's not 30 billion. Get it right, bro. It's 40 billion. This is why we ask these people to speak English. Listen, we don't care if you have a heavy accent. I got a little bit of an accent. But even if you have a heavy accent, speak English. You got to be able to understand. You got to be able to explain some things. Now, I'm going to tell you something, that this whole leering, daycare center, very simple. There is no schedule posted on the door. There is no hours of operation. They have this bogus number that nobody wants to answer. There's this so-called managers that come out, and when people come in and ask for information about their fake daycare, they just don't care. SoCal, shut the hell up. I can understand Melania just fine. I think she has a very sexy and cute accent. But yeah, so Benny is right on point of that. I think it is a great clip that he got out of it. And, Kev Dog Sauce, no more rainbow. I almost blocked your ass for putting that on there. I'm glad that I saw that, bro.
So they're not sending their best. This is what he's talking about. But it gets even more unbelievable. Somali fraud daycare owner hopped up on stage and decided to announce that his daycare had been broken into, and guess what the burglars stole? All of his employment records and all of the records of the children getting checked in. Those would, of course, be the records that the feds would use to put him in prison. And while
she has a very thick accent, but is very beautiful and sexy. That's just what I think.
He's sitting there sobbing, trying to make you feel sorry for him, people on the internet notice that he's wearing a $3,000 pair of glasses.
Some say 3,000, some say 24, some say 23. Let's go with 25. That or they're probably fake. You know how they always be making this fake stuff.
Designer glasses, some of the most expensive glasses you can buy. These glasses are like $50, by the way. I wouldn't even know what to do with a $3,000 pair of glasses, but this Somali scammer is literally wearing glasses more expensive than maybe.
I'm not gonna give him that. That could be fake, even if they are real. I mean, that's how low their IQ really is. They just don't have any brains, guys. It's very pathetic, very pathetic. Now, I will say that there is a lot of Somalis out there that are actually very smart. They're actually very good, and they have some very good jobs and positions. But for the most part, no wonder they have been in welfare for 10 years. Like 82% of the people that get welfare on the Somali communities, the 82% have been on welfare for over 10 years. That's right. I mean, we got some low IQ Americans as well. But even them, some of them are like 3 years, etc. I just don't get it. Why do people do that? And yes, I also caught that. Interestingly enough, when they show in the video of what was stolen, the only part that they showed that was broken into was a sheetrock wall where the water heater tank and some plumbing is there. Don't you think that maybe they fixed a leak that was happening in there? They don't show the full clip of somebody actually going inside the building. They show two people trying to break in, but it doesn't show them breaking in. And by the way, you're getting millions of dollars for this daycares. Wouldn't you want to have surveillance cameras? Wouldn't you want to have surveillance cameras for the children? For security purposes, of course, and for safety reasons. Wouldn't you want to know that a Somali lady is not beating the crap out of your kids? Of course you would. So you wouldn't make this public, but wouldn't you say, I got cameras? Here you go, sheriff. Here you go, police. There is the criminal. And then he also says that the thief was a male. And then he tried to backtrack and say, well, a male or female. No, you said male. You know exactly who that was. And by the way, I can tell you that the shape of the body of those who were trying to break in, it looks like a Somali person's shape. If you don't know what that looks like, very skinny, thin ankles. Okay, that's what that looks like. A lot of Africans have that, whatever. But Somalis are known for being very skinny like that, especially the man. Must be that high, fast, what do you call it? The thing. You know the thing. You know the thing. No one noticed anything at all. Nothing at all. Look at this. Uh-oh. Oh, what's going on here?
Aria, can you come here, please? Miss T is on the way.
Thank you, guys. Metabolism. Yeah, I knew you knew the thing. You guys know how to read Biden language, don't you? Well done. Let's stop playing this because there's a little kid, even though it's like very blurry and you can't really see. Yeah, this is why you need cameras on the daycare so that you can see how your children misbehave and also if the people taking care of them lose their cool. In the corner she goes, says Oregon. Well said, my friend. We already saw that guy. 400 Somalians, number one is Somalis, I think, arrested by ICE in the last 4 days. Good job, ICE. Good job. Well, what is this? What should be done in this situation? Welcome to New York City. I think that's New York. Hey, you guys ready? You guys ready? You for the people that complain about Christians in this country, welcome to your new city. Here we go.
I think we are hearing a song. Come here.
I think we're diverting off the Texas stuff.
Yeah. I never thought in my life is gonna be here, hearing this in the middle of New York. Good. I think we are hearing a song.
And she says, good. Oh, yeah? Is that right, Hammer? So if I go and stand in front of a mosque and I go sit there with my loudspeaker and tell you that Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the true God, you going to be okay with that? What happened to respect Islam? You said freedom of speech is not important. You said respect Islam. Well, that's freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want, can't I? Well, now you're saying freedom of speech because it's not insulting your religion, you hypocrite. Beta. You are a beta. Crown beta. You can't even wipe that off. Look at this guy, this Somali sympathizer. You would think that he's at a conference in Africa. I just happened to notice there's no American flags in there. So I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to be very, very honest with me, especially if you're on the left. I want you to be very, very honest with me. I understand culture with food. I understand. Okay, I understand speaking your language, but you should speak English as well. I understand your religion. You should have a place indoors where you can worship, not out in the open in the middle of the city unless you have a special event. And okay, I give you that. But answer me this question, honestly. And I'm going to tell you something. If I was governor of Seattle, and I have Honduras people, and I have Mexicans, and I have all Latinos for Dennis, I'm going to tell you right there, if you bring a Honduras flag, I'm going to have to get rid of that. We will have many flags put as support, but you will not be waving a Honduras flag when I am campaigning, whenever I do something for the state. I want to see the American flag if you're going to bring a flag. I don't want to see the Mexican flag. That Mexican flag will be behind us. We will make sure that the people that are supporting us, they get their flag represented as part of the country where they come from. But I will not tolerate or accept any other flag than the American flag being shown in the crowd. Period. And I can say that. I can say that. Because let me tell you something. What I see here, I don't see one American flag. How can I support Somali people when they are not assimilating? How can I support them when they don't support the United States of America, when they don't care about us? Look at them. They are not in the United States. There's a one American flag on the front. Look at that. And then Somalia. I think that might be the new flag. I'm not sure. Look at that. Why don't they just have right there the American flag, the Somalia flag? That's it. But look at everybody waving the Somali flag. That tells me they support Somalia, not the United States of America. Does that make sense? Am I crazy for saying that? Is anybody? Anybody? Man, he must like that Somali kitty cat. Look at that. Not one American flag. I'm looking. Not one. I'm looking. Let me see. Come on, go left. Not one. Yeah, all Muslims. That's okay. Show the left side. Maybe there's an American flag over there. Nope. Still no American flag. Okay. So there you go. How do you want me to support that, guys? We just can't do that. So I'm learning my lesson, watching these guys, how bad that looks. And I'm going to tell you, I've spoken to many Honduran people that are here legally, that love this country, that respect the people. You know what flag? You know what flag they show? The American flag. How disrespectful. We're not in Africa. When we go to Africa, wave that flag. And absolutely. I am with them having the Somali flag. It's okay. We'll put it on the stage with the American flag. But how come they're not waving the American flag? I got a big problem. I wish they would at least, hold both flags. Then okay, maybe, right? I might be okay with that. I'll be okay with that. So if the crowd has two little flags, and one is the American flag and one is the country where they come from, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. But not just their country's flag, because that tells me that that's where they should be. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Happy New Year. My name is Khadija Ahmed. I'm the spokesperson for the Permanent Mission of Somalia.
Who cares?
Of the child cares that Nick Shirley posted about in his viral video that got child care funding across the United States suspended. Yes. And they found out that they were operating as expected. That there is no...
That is not true. I like how the libtards twitch stuff. And she said all over the country. Okay, I like how they twist that.
Fraudulent activity happening at these child cares.
Yeah, there is no fraud at all. No fraud.
2 of the child cares that he mentioned in the video have actually been closed since 2022.
You know what? I'll let him finish. Let's see if we can get away with showing some of Nick Shirley's new video.
And no funds have been going to those child cares since 2022. Yeah. They also released the amount of money that each child care has gotten in 2025 from the Child Care Assistance Program. Here you go. Here it is. Again, each one of these child cares is operating as expected. There is no fraudulent activity. This is the amount of money that they are receiving for the children that they care for. It seems like Nick is probably going to have some legal issues coming down the line for him. Because in my opinion, it looks like he probably was fed some bad information.
But the information that she got, that's legit. Does she not understand that the investigation is ongoing right now? This is how stupid the libtards are. This is what I keep telling people. Just wait. Wait till the investigations get done. Wait till all the documents get approved. Why is she so fast to defend fraud? You know why? Because she's effed up in the brain. Crazy. I can tell by the way that she's talking that she's nuts. All right, let's see. Let me go ahead and see. Nick Shirley, man, if you claim this for you as monetary, it's okay, brother. I understand. This is your content.
How bad is this fraud? This is the worst fraud in human history. How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer? They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And how have you seen the weaponization of the word racist and Islamophobe take power here?
Here in Minnesota,
potentially the largest fraud to ever happen in America is happening right now, as billions of dollars has been laundered and funneled and given to Somali
Actually, hold on. Let me go ahead and put this link on the description.
businesses here inside of Minnesota, all across the state. I'm here in Minneapolis right now, and I'm meeting with a man who's been doing his own research for years, as he's been speculating this fraud, as he's seen it blatantly inside of his neighborhoods and the areas that he calls home. This is an interview with a man who has done everything possible to expose the fraud. And now let's get into the interview. What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
$1 million.
I don't. How come they said this building was closed?
I want to point something out to you guys, okay? Let me see if I can. You're gonna lose my face there for a little bit, so it will be a little bit of relief for those that hate my face. Okay, what the hell did I just expand it here? Give sec. Let's see, make sure everything else is locked. Okay, there. Okay, that's the one. Okay. So, I want to point something out, and I don't know, they'll probably get closer to it, but I want you to see this right here. Right here, this is the main entrance. According to this is the main entrance. There is no schedule of operating hours. There's no time, there's no days, nothing. And there was definitely nothing on the door itself, okay? Now, there's a restaurant right here to the left, and the people can actually park in the parking lot that you're looking at, okay? So this is supposed to be the manager, right? Look at this cross-eyed guy. He is the manager of the place. And then right here, there's another business in there. It's like a little restaurant. And that restaurant tells people that they can use the parking lot. They can use the parking. Let me, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this, but I don't think you saw me that. Okay? So this guy right here, he's supposed to be the manager, right? You guys already seen that. And there's a little food restaurant, and the parking lot is for the whole building, not just for one business. Okay? Just wanted to point that out, and hopefully you guys are paying attention. It's a lot easier when you have somebody, doing this for you. All right. Not time
There's a
to
lot
leave.
of fraud happening here in Minnesota. You've been living here for years now. How bad is this fraud?
So I was born in Minneapolis a long time ago. I've lived my whole life here. And my opinion is that this is the worst fraud in human history, what is occurring in Minnesota and more specifically in the Twin Cities right now.
How much money do you think has been sent around fraudulently here inside Minnesota?
Over the years, I would say anywhere from 80 to $100 billion.
And right now the big controversy is with Tim Walz and his government and the fraud that they've allowed to happen within the Somalian community. Right behind us is Cedar Riverside, a location where it is very densely populated with Somalians. How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer?
Well, so that complex you're seeing behind there, I attended the University of Minnesota, and in the area we're on right now, this is the West Bank, and it was always called the West Bank, and it was sort of the place to be when you're in college, and that was all student housing, 100%. That building you see in the background, it's now 100% Somali. And I can tell you confidently, they don't pay for their housing, they don't pay for their food, they don't pay for their vehicles, and on top of that, they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And I don't have to be there to figure that out. I just told you what migrants do when they come to this country. When you have a database that tells you that 45% of the people that are from this community are on welfare, and it tells you that 82% of those people have been in welfare for over 10 years, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. but we definitely need somebody investigating what's happening there. Nothing to do with hating or being phobic or anything like that. Nothing about that, okay? But we need to investigate it. And if there is no foul, then forget about it. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Allow investigations to happen. Allow the audits to happen. What the hell is the problem? Stop being a little bitch and cooperate. If there is nothing hiding, your business is legit, stop lying to the people. But you know what? But there is fraud. That's why. That's why they argue. That's why they lie. That's why and they're so low IQ that the way they lie, it's so weak. So weak. It's like a second grader trying to lie to me about something that they did wrong. It's still ongoing, so we're going to wait.
And how are they sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota?
Well, one example would be with the hundreds of child care facilities that they have set up. And on every one that I visited, and I've been to maybe 100 of them or more, I never, ever have seen one child at any facilities ever over the past 7 years, 8 years.
What are the businesses that are being used to fraud the taxpayer here in Minnesota? You have the daycares. What are all of them?
So you have child care, you have
100% Oregon and Jeff. 100%. Eve says the FBI should have went and investigate this right away. The thing is, Eve, is that they are investigating. It's just Nick Shirley he published that out there, and he just kind of F things up, to be honest. That is the only thing that I don't like about Nick Shirley making this public. And now they are going to be, a lot of content creators going out there trying to get some attention, trying to get some views. And well, let's be honest. If Nick Shirley has already been at a certain daycare, I don't think people should keep showing up with the same story, with the same questions. And I think by now they should just let FBI agents do their job. Because it can seem, I guess, like some harassment if all these YouTubers just keep going over there and trying to get views. I know a few of them already that gotten hundreds of views because of Nick Shirley's success. I'm not going to get hundreds of views because of this video. But, I know all the content creators that go and say the same things that Nick was saying on this video. And they're getting like 300, 500, 600,000 views. Because the story is good. I mean, Nick Shirley got that, and he has, gotten hundreds of thousands of subscribers from it. He's making some pretty good money, which he will need to protect himself. But, this is where I draw the line. I just can't go and try to, create problems for myself. I get enough death threats just doing this show that I don't even know why people have to threaten me. Like, you don't have to threaten me. What are you doing? Why are you threatening me? Why are you threatening my life? I don't understand that. And, I don't threaten people. I just don't do that, okay? So, removing smoking in restaurants. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but that was a good idea. Now, out of bars, I don't know about that. Yeah, last administration proved it, and they continue doing it. They show that there's businesses closed and reopened on the same day under a different name. That's fraud. That's how you know that there's a red flag, and you should investigate it. You should audit it. And this whole thing that they broke in and stole all the employee records and all the customers' data and oh, come on, man, come on. We're not that stupid. These kids, they're second grade liars. They're not smart at all. Like, they should have gone over this plan with somebody that was smart.
Adult daycare, you have in-home health care. You have straight health care, and nobody really knows how that's defined.
Now, adult daycare, the adults should be in there, right? I'm assuming. Is that correct? Maybe I'm wrong. But they're not kids, and they're adults, so you should definitely go in there and be able to film, I think.
And then you have
maybe not, because I think it might be private property. I don't know. Maybe not.
Transportation, non-emergency medical transportation. And if you do a search, you'll see that the state of Minnesota says they have 1,020.
Hey, listen, all I know is that if the libtards are going to be throwing a fit about the economy, affordability, and about all this other stuff, the least that you can do is allow us to investigate and see where the money is going. We're just trying to follow where the money is. If they are not committing fraud, then great. God bless them. It will grow more trust in them from us. I mean, it's a win-win. If they're guilty and there is fraud, well, we're stopping it and we're saving billions of dollars. But if there is no fraud, that will allow us to trust the Somali communities a bit more. Don't you think that's a win-win? I think that's a win-win, right? Let me see. Matt says, I work in adult daycare centers for the least amount they could pay. Can anybody go in there and ask questions about adults? I mean, they're adult, people, right? Where is the FBI? Why are they moving so slow? Absolutely. Great questions. I agree with that.
Non-emergency medical transportation companies, and my research is showing that 95% of those are Somali owned. And what I know is that the people writing the checks at the state of Minnesota never, ever, ever verify that any trip was ever made or that any appointment was ever made with a dentist.
Hey, sweet, I ain't trying to get shot, bro. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? Maybe they won't say anything because it's not Christians. Then again, they are against all who are not Muslims.
Chiropractor or anything.
And so these people are able to start these businesses and then immediately get funds from the government?
Yes, so interestingly that you bring up licensing, because another area of fraud that I exposed was all of these autism centers, because I would drive around the Twin Cities. I said, well, there's another autism center. I said, what's going on with all this autism? Is there something in the water? And then I started to look at, well, who owns these autism centers? And virtually 99% of them were owned by Somalis.
And is there an autism outbreak here in Minnesota right now?
There is not. But to open an autism center, you do need a license.
And so people are claiming their children are autistic to receive money from the government.
Yes.
And the government, underneath Tim Walz's leadership, they're not going in, investigating, and doing their due diligence to say, maybe we shouldn't give this company $1 million.
Well, so what's happening is there have been some sporadic inspections done at these facilities, and I have records of some of these inspections. And one inspection, they'll get 11 violations. A child care facility with 11 violations, that is bad. I mean, unsanitary conditions, broken furniture, no play area for the children. And so they write these things in their report, but then they never follow up to make sure. They never physically revisit the site to make sure that any of those violations are corrected. What they accept is documentation from the center that they've made the corrections.
So at the end of the day, they're able to violate certain guidelines, yet they still receive money somehow. How is there not somebody inside the state who's saying, okay, we're seeing this fraud happen, let's maybe not just continue to give money to these people?
So you've probably heard the term Minnesota nice before, which back in the old times, in the old days, it meant something. Now it's actually a curse upon us, because the people here, the majority of the people, they're afraid of their own shadows. I'm an outcast because I'm exposing this fraud. I'm telling the truth. My family has basically disowned me because of all of this fraud that I've uncovered, and I've been called a racist, an Islamophobe, a white supremacist, Nazi, all these things. And I said, look, everything that I talk about is verified. I have it in writing. I've gone to politicians. I've gone to Washington, D.C. over the years. I said, look, this fraud is out of control. This is approaching $100 billion. And now you see the U.S. attorney, they started with defeating our future, $250 million. I said, no, that's amateur hour. Then they said it's $1 billion. Now, just today, the U.S. attorney held a press conference and said the fraud is possibly as much as $18 billion. But we don't really know what period of time, and I'm telling you, it's way more than that. You have transportation, autism, child care, daycare, healthcare, and nobody knows what's healthcare because they're not healthcare providers. So what is the healthcare? They have in-home healthcare.
And so what's the need, for example, for 1,200 transportation companies inside of Minnesota? What's the need for that many transportation?
Well, there isn't. There isn't. You're talking about getting a right. You already have services that are provided. You have Metro Mobility that offers free rides to seniors and low-income people. And so to have that many non-emergency medical transportation companies, it's not possible that they can transport that many people. I have been to many of these transportation companies, and I've been time-stamping my photographs for a whole year at one facility in Minneapolis, and those vans in that parking lot have not moved 1 inch in an entire year. They're all still sitting there.
And so when you think about it, you have with the transport.
And it's not just that. It's not just that. It's how many children do these actual workers have themselves? It doesn't. This is why they need to have the records. They need to have the stamp of names, addresses, and of all the customers, the kids, and the FBI needs to have access to those files. They need to find them. And if they're able to come out of 102 children, they got to have at least 100 addresses labeled on there with the actual name of the children and the parents, both the father and the mother, or whoever is taking care, who the legal guardians are. And then that way they can say, okay, this is legitimate. Okay, it's good. Bada bing, bada boom. Continue for this daycare right here. You guys can continue to get this. Now, I don't know about you, but I guess the whole clip is the interview. So let me go ahead and see if we can get to the final topic here, because I am running out of time.
And I've been to some of these rallies myself in the United Kingdom, for instance, and I asked Tommy Robinson, the man leading this, in a separate occasion, how come this was able to happen? He said, well, because of political correctness and the fear of being called racist, it's so bad that we allowed our daughters to get raped. And here, maybe people aren't getting raped, but their bank accounts are, and their tax dollars are getting sent overseas to fund terrorist organizations. And this is just another component of what happens when people are too afraid to speak out due to the fear of being called a racist.
So what's been happening in Minneapolis, and again, there's an area by the university right over there, University of Minnesota, called Dinkytown. And again, it was a hip spot when I was in college. You went to pizza there. I mean, you kind of hung out there. And there is nobody who will go there at night because of the violence and the attacks, the robberies that have happened there. And these are Somali gangs who are doing this, and you know that's the case because they have cameras everywhere, and they say, "Oh well, we know they had hoodies on. We don't have good footage." You know exactly who they are. They're smashing windows on cars over here, and I think it's a culmination of not having to work and not having to pay for anything. Well, what are you going to do all day? Go out idle hands.
You would almost feel like you're invincible if you're living here as a Somalian, knowing that, okay, my dad, he's getting millions of dollars from running this fake daycare center, and then I'm also able to go and commit a crime. If someone says anything, I'm going to call them a racist, and most likely whoever's writing the claim or the judge, because...
And don't forget, the managers of the daycares are the sons of the owners. What a coinkydink. The whole family, what you have to understand is this. And listen, and I know that in some places, and especially smaller areas, right? If I don't want to get in trouble here with some places, but if somebody gets elected to a certain position, okay, it is I believe it's illegal. It is a conflict of interest to hire family to be in high positions, right? Managers, etc. Why? Because it's a conflict of interest. Somebody that has a master's degree or has extended experience to be a manager, for example, for a daycare, you will think that they will put an opening position for a manager for a daycare. You're going to tell me that little moron is the brains to be a manager of a child's daycare? I just find that hard to believe. Maybe Hammerman right here would have been a better candidate. Or probably he's just the same or worse. But I think that any of these positions being filled, right, there's got to be, I don't know in your state, in your city, but over here, we believe on an equal employment opportunity, meaning that the companies need to interview any interested person for this position. The position needs to be open and it should be allowed to have different people apply for it. Compete, see who's got the best resume, who's got the best references, who's got the most experience. And I doubt that this guy had any experience at all to be a manager. Come on. I'm not going to say judge a book by its cover, but come on. We can tell that these guys are not geniuses, okay? They are not geniuses at all. And you know that it's not hating, it's nothing to do with that. I'm saying it as I see it, okay? These guys do not look like geniuses. They don't speak well, right? And then they don't even know how to defend themselves. It's very simple. You just don't commit fraud. Come on, just don't commit fraud, okay? But I can tell you that they should have records of applications, resumes turned in, that people were actually applying for a position. When was the manager hired to be the manager? How old is he? How long has he been with the company? See, if you're a small business owner, I understand where it comes from, but you have to understand something else, that you are a subsidy. You're getting paid from taxpayers' money. So it's not like you're not taking anything from the government. No, you're getting taxpayers' money. And so, you have to hire outside. You can't just hire your family. I think that that's a conflict of interest. Now, if let's say, for example, I put a daycare, right? I am paying for everything, and the only money that I make is from the kids that I help, and this is my income. If I hire my wife to be the manager, okay, I am hiring my manager as a worker. If I want to apply for assistance, I have to have some sort of record that this was already set up, that this has been established. But these guys are making millions of dollars from taxpayer dollars. That to me, it's just a conflict of interest. And if you're taking money from the government and you're giving it to the family, okay, that's the way it worked out. But the fact that this person, the guy that's actually talking for the press conference, I have a 99% doubt that he is qualified to run that daycare and to secure the data, to secure the building. So all the responsibility of anybody breaking in falls on the manager. Why does it fall on the manager? Because they don't have enough security. If they are able to get in there, imagine how secure was that for my children. Imagine some crazy guy can just open the door and just walk right on in. You're going to tell me that you have no surveillance cameras? You got nothing to protect anybody? How can we do that? Right? So I'm just spitballing here, okay? Because there is ways that he can have family hired, blah, blah, blah. But come on, you're a manager. You're going to tell me that you didn't think about investing in surveillance for the safety and security of the children and the employees? I mean, you're keeping the good people out. That's for sure. But at the same time, it's like you neglected that part. So I don't think that they are legit. They just didn't do the job correctly. I'm going to say something. Let's say if I was them, let me see, nothing wrong with making money. I hate trolls, Shirley, that YouTubers and whatever are making money with their time. Man, this is work. Shoot, my time is worth money. Shoot, these people are crazy. And I just feel like, okay, you know what? I'm going to grab SoCal because even though he's an idiot on the left, that's the only reason why he's an idiot. He's on the left. SoCal is actually a very smart guy. He really is. Okay? So I got to give credit where credit's due. There is a couple of people that are very, very smart that are on the left side. But let's say I grab them because I like the way that they think. They're smart. They be able to, critically think somewhat. I want to qualify them, and I think that they will do a bang job. I think they'll be doing an awesome job. Well, I'm going to hire them because of the qualities. I'm going to hire them because they can do the job. I'm not going to hire them just because they're my friends. I mean, I don't do that at work. Like for me, it's like, I have family like, hey, recommend me at work, so refer me so I can work there. Hell no. I know you. You're going to miss work. You're not going to stick to the schedule. Nah. Let somebody else refer you. In order for me to refer you, I got to know that you're a hard worker. I got to know that if you don't have experience, that at least you're a quick learner and that you're willing to listen. Okay? And I'm going to say something. If you guys can't handle my sarcasm, or when I use the word retard, or, this all libtards and all this other stuff, I think you're a child. Now, the only reason why I tell you guys to be respectful here is, number one, yes, it is my show. And you have to remember this. I have to be on point with my information. And if you guys keep insulting me and trying to distract me on the chat, I get it. I don't want to get to the point where I'm just blocking you and not giving you a chance to sit there and at least listen. But you guys can't comprehend that part. Well, I'm asking for that. I have to create this content so that you can be involved. But when you guys are in here just trolling and trying to do, you're just asking to be removed. I don't want you to be removed. I want you to be engaged. But, when I've been letting a lot of things slide on this chat. Don't think I'm not watching. I've been letting a lot of stuff slide on this chat. But I'm telling you, if you really want to be united in this country, you got to be able to accept that right now, the Trump administration won in a democracy, and that you have to start accepting that we won. Don't do what you did on the first semester, on the first term of Trump's presidency. Don't do that. You're just going to divide us more and more and more. And this is why I'm sick of this crazy Democrat politicians, because they keep lying to you. See, Hammerman, for example, he thinks that it's hate speech because he is convinced that these people are innocent, but they're not. You say I complain about Biden. He was still my president. I complain about Biden, but I try to give something that he did right. Unfortunately, he did nothing right. He betrayed the president of Honduras. He betrayed the trust of what's so-called a partner or friend. He set him up and allowed an actual communist to take over the country. A communist that was aligned with Nicolas Maduro, another communist dictator in Venezuela. He allowed for the Mexican president to let cartels bring drugs into our country and allow for millions of illegal immigrants to come into this country. You guys worry so much about Israel. Shut the hell up about Israel. We are working on this side of the hemisphere. America, North, Central, and South. This is primary. The only person we have in the Middle East over there on that side is Israel. We made friendships with Qatar, with the Emirate Arabs, and the Saudi prince, and we made all these friendships not because we're best friends, but because we had to have some agreements with them that we're going to work together. We don't have to be best friends. President Trump has a different relationship with them. That's fine. I don't consider them our friends. They're not inviting me to come over for dinner. They're not inviting me to come over and visit, so I don't care about them. Israel is not inviting me to come over for dinner. I don't care about that. I don't care about visiting Israel. There's nothing in the Middle East that tells me I want to go visit. Nothing. Not even Europe. Not even France. Not even Italy. Not Spain. Nothing. I want nothing from that side of the ocean. Nothing. I want to be here in the Americas. I want to go down to Mexico because it's beautiful. The people are fantastic. The government, no, they suck. All the way down to Central America. Most people are great. Government, they suck. Right now, I haven't kept up since our president in Honduras was in place, the one that President Trump put in office or supported or sponsored. Not only did he support Honduras, but he supported Chile. He supports Venezuela right now. He also supported Argentina. And we are trying to eradicate socialist, communist out of our hemisphere in this world. Europeans, they're losing their Christian countries because they want to be politically correct. We should have never allowed Muslims into our government. Now, nothing we can do about it but to move forward. All I can say is I hope that we can find some sort of common ground so that we can work together. That's all I want. But as long as you guys continue to get in our way, we are just never going to be able to see eye to eye. You guys will never be able to find unity as you maybe you want. You guys don't understand. Being over here on my side, it's not as easy as you think. I ain't got nobody over here doing cuts for me. I got nobody over here setting up anything for me. Nobody. It's just me. The least you can do is appreciate that. If you don't want to support it, don't support it. But don't come over here and be an obstacle. Don't be a dead weight. Bring some input, okay? Biden was my president, even if I didn't like him. You know what? I never went and protested against him. I can talk shit over here. It's freedom of speech. But I'm not stopping him from doing what he's doing. All I can do is take it. And I want you guys to do the same. Take it. And let us do our part. Not once did we say, let's impeach Joe Biden. Not once. You guys repeated that song every single day during Trump's first term. So I don't want to hear jack shit from your side. Let me be clear. This is a MAGA channel. America first. Patriots, Americans that want American freedoms to be protected. That is the people that I want in this channel. If you have liked, subscribed, and shared, thank you so much for your support. If you have become a member, God bless you. God bless your family. I thank you for that. I will try to come back later. We'll try. I don't promise, because I've been here for 5 hours already, and you guys don't even appreciate it. So with that being said, thank you, my patriots. I love you very much. Let's continue to tell the truth. The fight ain't over. We're just getting started, and 2026 is going to be sweet for us. And these libtards will benefit, but we will be celebrating with joyful hearts. All right, till next time.